All right, everyone, welcome. We're here at Thursday, May 14th, 2026. I can't believe that any of those things are true, that it's May already or that we're in 2026. And similarly, I cannot believe we are finally here at this great moment when we are just about ready to launch our new Judicial Center concept plan. We've traveled through snow and sleet and pandemics and many years of question marks, but my heavens, your questions will be answered today. So we're going to have good times, my friends. We're going to follow the Judicial Center concept plan by gatherings with many of our elected, appointed constitutional officials in preparation for our FY27 budget. But to go ahead and begin, I'm going to turn things over to County Manager Bob Cowell.
Thank you, Mayor. Good news today is that though you're going to get a lot of information, we certainly are wanting reaction to, conversation about, questions, those kinds of things. Nobody's going to be asked to make any decisions today. Just give some general direction, because you'll see actually, we'll talk about it toward the end, the need for decisions in June. So that's kind of where we're moving toward, that June 2nd meeting as well. I think to sort of reinforce the mayor's point, as we were preparing the agenda report, it was at least most recently, 28 years ago, this conversation started with a space allocation study, which there have been space allocation studies 16 years ago, 8 years ago, and through the list. There's been obviously a SPLOST approval for an amount that was at that time even less than what was necessary to actually construct a judicial center. And there have been subsequent conversations. So all that is to say is that this has been a very long conversation that has been going on, because understandably, this is a very complex, very important building. And frankly, as you can see with the one we're in right now, building in a site that we're likely to live with for the next 75 to 100 years. I mean, this is not something that is insignificant as it moves forward. During the time in which I was interviewing for this position, probably the first conversation I had with you all, certainly at the retreat, this item was the top one or two items of importance to you all, which was move this conversation beyond where we are and let's get this thing actually built. So that was in September. So since September, there has been a lot of work done by a lot of folks, ranging from those that you'll hear from today about getting the user group together to kind of finalize what the programming would look like, making some final determinations on the best site, to the most appropriate way in which to fund this, to some of the legal requirements around all of that. All of that work's been going on. And in January, the decision was made to recommend the Doherty site where we sit today. And there'll be more information about that through this discussion. In May, the concept plan that will be presented to you all, so just like a few weeks ago, was recommended by the users group to proceed with this. And then, of course, today we're presenting this information to you all. And then ultimately, again, June is where we'll be looking for some action that we'll talk about toward the end of this. This is all to set the stage so that if approved, a year-ish from this time, construction, or really in this case, demolition, would be beginning. And there's a lot that has to happen before that, obviously, as we move forward. The last thing I'll say regarding this is hopefully we have everyone here that should be able to answer every question, from what it's like to conduct business in the courthouse, all the way through to what the design would look like and why, up to how we would pay for it and what those requirements are. So hopefully we'll be able to answer as many questions as you have. If not, we'll get those answers, because again, we've got a little bit of time before we'll be looking for some kind of final direction regarding this as we. So with that in mind, we're going to start by covering sort of the concept plan. So the location and the broad design parameters of what the building would be. We will then shift into a discussion of how that could be paid for and then the necessary steps to achieve that. And if it's at all possible, if you would hold questions until we finish that last piece of it, that would be super helpful. If during that process you misunderstood something or you didn't quite hear something, please feel free to say, I didn't hear what you said. You say that again, but There's so much complexity to this that if we start asking questions, we'll probably get bogged down. If we can get through the whole presentation, I think that would be ideal. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Todd, and he's going to walk you through the concept discussion.
Thank you. Todd Orr, architect with the DLR Group.
I'm Earl Smith. I'm with Crofton Associates.
So we have the pleasure here to kind of walk you through the concept plan that we've been developing in conjunction and very collaborative process with the work user group. And obviously, as we put the pieces of the puzzle together specific to the Darby Street site, we want to make sure we had all the minds in the room that we're delivering a concept plan that meets the goals, of the courts operationally, and also how the building will serve citizens of Athens-Clarke County now and into the future. So we're going to walk through the agenda here, go through our sort of programming summary process, looking at the building organization, which we call our stacking option, how the pieces and parts go together floor by floor. And then we did a more detailed dive, a test fit of how the building actually would potentially work on the site, how the plans would work to support that moving forward. So what we started with is reviewing the program. When we first started the process was back in 2022. So we were able to rally the user group and have some one-on-one workshops to go through all the departments and court functions that would be in the building. And so we did that over a series of a couple of days, and we revised the numbers that were in the 2022 program. It went up just slightly, as you can imagine, over 4 to 5 year delay and where we were at in the program back then to where we are currently here in 2025, 26. We're able to make some slight adjustments based on operations, planning for future growth, and looking at the growth and services that are being increased for the betterment of the court system and citizens of Athens-Clarke County. So in the big numbers on the right, the 179,000 square feet as a result of our program refinement, if you will. And then there's a series of pieces below the line in black that identify the secure parking, the vehicle sally port, and what we're calling kind of a building alignment. When we originally developed the program, there was an assumption that we would have a little bit more area. So the building was more in the context of a 4-story building, but now testing it on the site, we're looking at more of a 6-story building with one level that's below grade. So when you think about things that support the operations of the building, just the general building support, elevators, public restrooms, mechanical systems that go on each floor, the building alignment makes that adjustment from what we were thinking originally as a 4-story building up to a 6-story building. So we had to repeat those basic building blocks within the program and repeat those by floor. Additionally, based on the footprint of the site we have here at Darty, we have opportunities, as we'll explore in more detail. There's a lot of extreme grade change, as you can appreciate walking around the site. So the opportunities to bring things like secure parking and in-custody delivery for those individuals coming to court from the sheriff, we had the opportunity to bring that below the building in the most secure environment possible. So that's why we're noting the sally port and the secure parking within those numbers to get us to the 218,000, what we call building gross square feet. And so later in the presentation, when we talk about cost of project, we're using that 218,000 number to give a more accurate representation of where we think we're at today based on budget and total building square footage. So with that, what we started to do is once we refined the program and understood what the pieces and parts specific to support the courts and all the departments that are in the building, we did what's called a blocking and stacking section. So this is like if you take a dollhouse, cut open and look inside. So you took all those departments and divisions and organized them by floor. And there's things that are a series of strategies when we want to, one, serve the public, right? Provide a good customer service experience, and also understanding how the different departments and divisions within the court work. So that staff are not moving up several floors, and we want to create an environment where staff can walk across the hall or walk next door to have that synergy and efficiency in their overall operations. So what we did is kind of sort of summarize that here on this slide. So still applying to this vertical organization, if you will, what we call our stacking diagram. So at the top of the list was obviously from that customer service experience is bring what we're calling the high volume functions where you have a lot of population coming into the court and coming out. bringing those functions down to the lower two floors where possible. And the key components of that would be the clerk of the court, obviously sheriff operations, and the municipal court. That is the most high volume functions that we have in the courthouse. In the stacking diagram, there is also an ability to create a single floor that would house all of our superior court functions. So that way their program from the court side is the largest program element. So we did look at things where we would split them by floor, but ultimately having this on-floor adjacency, so staff are not moving, the public coming into superior court are having to go between different floors, having them all co-located on the single floor seemed like the best approach to make that a very positive working environment and experience for the public. There's a lot of synergy. We move down to the third bullet. There's a lot of synergy between state court and the solicitor. So in this blocking and stacking diagram, on the fifth floor, we have that on-floor adjacency with the solicitor department and the state court. So there's that synergy both from the staff side and from the public. Fourth bullet, we have the district attorney, in this case on the top floor of the building, and they have a large departmental area, but they also the one who manage the grand jury operations. So we're able to bring that co-location onto the common floor to make that a very efficient function as well. The next bullet, we talk about the treatment services function within the courthouse and the juvenile court function. So one, in the stacking of organization today, we have both of those functions side by side sharing a floor. The other thing that was built into that adjacency is that in the future, many years down the road, if there were to be a relocation of that function, which sometimes will happen based on the type of operations from the juvenile operation and the treatment services, that would allow us then to grow additional courtrooms in that footprint based on that organization by having those pieces sitting side by side in the organization of the building. And then we have the clerk of court and jury assembly. Both of those, the clerk of the court manages the jury assembly operations. Those are both co-located on the second floor of the building. And to make better operation of even the staff and the visiting public, we're suggesting that there's a commuter stair. You'll see that in the planning diagrams. So individuals can come up a set of stairs, go right to jury assembly, and take some of that load and pressure off the elevators. And then the last bullet point is in the lower level of the building, we do have our central holding component. So that's the most secure and sensitive area of the program. So having that below the building, sort of out of sight in a very secure environment adjacent to secure parking seemed like a very built-in natural benefit of the site we have here at 120 West Starting. So the deeper dive in the organization of the building is not just to look at this mathematical organization, operational organization floor by floor. We wanted to then look at each floor individually and understand specific to the boundaries of this site, vehicle access, for building access, both for the vehicles and pedestrians, understand how those pieces and parts, how does the puzzle come together and provide us a true test fit to understand from a pricing standpoint and operational standpoint where we stand in the overall achievements of this particular site and location. So I'm going to take a little bit of a deeper dive and kind of go through a high level kind of floor by floor. So this is the first floor plan. And so we started with this option because there's going to be a lot of colors on the plan and it may be hard to read. But the key backbone of a courthouse, a modern courthouse, is separate circulation systems for the public, the staff, and those the secure movement for those in custody. So this diagram is the footprint of conceptual footprint of the first floor, but it's right now highlighting on the first floor those three separate circulation systems, and you'll see that repeated on each floor as we start to bring on and highlight where all those departments and court divisions are located. So anytime you see this lighter yellow, that's where the public moves throughout the building. So the general circulation for public is kind of in this L configuration with the main public entry and access and the elevator core in the right-hand corner, the bottom right-hand corner of the slide. From an orientation standpoint, we've provided a light outline where the intersection of Lumpkin and Doherty Street is. So right now in this concept, there's kind of a corner entry, if you will. So bringing people, and that's the highest point of the site. So it's strategic in that way in this concept is that it brings, it's closest, one is closest to the intersection. It gives us, secondly, it gives us an opportunity to have the building rise out of the ground ever so slightly and provide a really natural access to that lower level as we move to the north and to the west of the site for the secure parking and the functions that will be under the building. The light blue circulation corridor is for staff. And so that all happens behind the scenes and separate from the public movement. And then on this particular floor, there's these kind of a darker, and it's supposed to be kind of a burgundy boxes. Those are the elevator systems that bring from the central holding that's in the lower level, come up to the upper floors of the building. And you'll see as we get to the upper levels where there's little mini holding areas between pairs of courtrooms that allows that movement and activity to happen out of sight, out of mind from the staff and the public movement. It's a security feature that's not present in your building today. So I just wanted to highlight that because that's one of the key drivers as we organize the building and provide that level of security for the public. And so the next slide is a repeat of the first floor, but now you have the other colors coming on board to see where the department's programmatic functions are actually laying out on this floor. So again, you still see the yellow circulation in that L configuration. And the bottom right-hand corner is where we are addressing the corner of Lumpkin and Daugherty, and that would be where we consider our main entrance to the building. And although it's not shown in that level of detail, there will be, that's where your security screening is, that's where people come in, go through screening and then enter the building. The green area, bottom, is the sheriff's operations. One of the things that was important about the sheriff being located on the first floor has that visual presence for oversight for security on the first floor. And also put them just one floor removed from the central holding where their staff will be moving up and down. But having that one floor separation seemed to make a lot of sense. And obviously, we had that line of sight to the front door and entry. The court functions that happen to be on this floor because of the high volume of the population in the orange or to the top of the drawing is the municipal court. So there is a single courtroom associated with municipal court. And then the balance of the orange area is representative of office and staff areas that support municipal court. The darker gray in the back is our building support, typically located on the first floor because that's a lot of your service, mechanical, electrical type rooms that's the building. So that tends to want to be in the first floor for that ease of access and maintenance. As you can see, the light blue circulation corridor does connect behind the scenes, all that. So anyone moving between the sheriff's office to the municipal court, all that happens separately behind the scenes, and there's a set of either stairs or elevators to support that movement vertically up into the building. We jump to the second floor. Again, the same kind of L-shaped circulation pattern for the public in the yellow. If we work from kind of left, the bottom left, and work our way around counterclockwise, the two larger gray areas are for the clerk of the court and jury assembly. As we mentioned in the building organization, having those two located provided some operational efficiencies, and it allowed the jury assembly to be not on the first floor, but it's a close proximity to the court floors that are above. We have the alternate dispute resolution kind of at the corner and kind of the army green color. And then the balance of the floor is public defender and the magistrate court. And we're noting for magistrate, we do have two courtrooms. So the numbers 1 and 2 represent their litigation spaces. And the balance of the light blue area, kind of the gray blue area, is where their staff and support spaces are occurring. Again, behind the scenes in that light blue circulation corridor is where staff will move out of sight of the public. And then they access their their staff elevator corridors, and it's kind of bright blue boxes in the back. They mentioned earlier the security aspect of having those who are in custody not circulate in the staff or the public circulation. There is the burgundy box that is in the middle. I'll try to use the cursor highlighter here so this will allow me to do that. So this area, and you'll see this repeated on floors, that's our holding area. So any individual that's in custody in that lower level central holding area will be able to access this elevator, and security transport officers will bring those individuals up, hold them here, and then they have access to both courtrooms that are on that floor. That pairing of courtrooms around that holding area is a common building block and sort of how the building was organized and laid out. Moving up to the third floor, as we mentioned, kind of in the introduction, talking about a single floor dedicated to the Superior Court functions. They have within the program those 4 main litigation spaces with an additional 5th space for a hearing room. I would say that as we looked at the program and the courtroom and litigation spaces, the user groups and team worked quite well together, and looking at right sizing courtrooms. It's not every courtroom at a certain size. Based on functions of the courtroom, we were able to adjust the size to be very efficient with the program and essentially fine-tune litigation spaces to meet the needs of the court. So on this particular floor, there is, again, the 4 main, what I call standard or courtrooms that work on the floor, with 2 larger courtrooms that support high volume cases. And then the 5th space would be our hearing room space. Balance as the gold yellow areas of staff support space, judicial chambers, jury deliberation rooms, all the things that support the court behind the scenes. As a repeat, this yellow circulation zone is where the public will circulate on and have access to all the courtrooms and litigation spaces on that floor. And again, that building block between the pairs of courtrooms, we have holding areas that are serving the central holding area below the building, where serve transport or bring individuals up to the upper floor. Moving up to the 4th floor, this L-shaped configuration of the public circulation really starts to serve as quite in this particular floor, because we do have a mix of juvenile court and the probate court. While there's some synergies in both of those operations, they do have different clientele. And so the ability to use the shape of the floor plan to create 2 separate zones on the plan, and more environments for juveniles, environments for probate, allows us to create that on-floor adjacency for staff behind the scenes, but it creates a little bit of autonomy and separation for the experience for those coming to those 2 different court types. And then at the end of the plan, we do have our treatment services, so as we mentioned earlier, which does have an operational relationship for the juvenile court operations. So the plans are starting to work fairly nicely and how we want those to work and create those on-floor adjacencies for staff efficiencies and public access efficiencies. Moving up to the 5th floor, we have the co-location of the solicitor and the state court. So to the top of the plan, to the north, in this kind of beige area, is the solicitor's office. And to the bottom, we have our 2 courtrooms dedicated to state court, chambers and jury deliberation room with staff spaces that support the state court. Here back here in this corner, light blue circulation corridor allows judges and staff to move in a secure manner to and from those courtrooms to staff spaces. The adjacency of the solicitor allows them to greet the public here on this edge, and also there's some ability to work across the line behind the scenes on the private circulation zone. Again, supporting the courtrooms, we have a holding area between those 2 courtrooms to bring individuals that are in custody up to the floor. And the balance of the floor is located in this location as court administration. Moving up to the top floor, this is a relatively simple floor. Majority of the plan is dedicated to the district attorney space. And the balance of the floor, we have the grand jury room, which we mentioned that the district attorney oversees that space. So to have that adjacency is quite important. We do have the added benefit is that we can, while it's not typical, we do have the added benefit where we could bring individuals that are in custody in a safe, secure manner up to the grand jury room, because we have this opportunity for this adjacency to that elevator that could bring those individuals up out of the public circulation. And then the balance of the floor in this area is our IT support for the building. We've kind of moved up through the building 1 through 6. Now we're going to take a step back and go down to the lower level. And so this is where we start to see the building footprint accommodate the secure parking that is now below the building. And in the green area, we have the central holding for those individuals that are being transported from the jail to the court. And we talk about a vehicle sally port. This zone here is our vehicle sally port drive. One of the goals when we move to this location and this new building is to be able to transport those who are in custody with the bus. So to be very efficient about how we get individuals to and from the courthouse. And so the drive lane and the access is accommodating that bus. And so they will park in here like a secure garage. They will unload and load individuals coming into the holding area and then back out. When we look at the site plan, the idea is that this is a drive-through sally port. It's not in a secure environment. You're not having to bring that vehicle off the street, back up, negotiate when you have kind of a sensitive event happening. This will be happening sort of out of sight in a very secure manner in a way that they just pull in, drive through, and come right out the other side. Again, the balance of the floor is our secure parking area. Those elevators that would serve staff movement would come down. So these light blue elevators would serve those individuals parking in the secure parking lot and bring them up to the upper floors of the building. Those red kind of burgundy elevators are the two that serve those holding areas on the court floor. So those individuals that are in the central holding area, we use one of those two elevators to travel up in the building to have access to the courtrooms on the upper floors. If there is an opportunity or a need for visitation, then we can bring some public down to that lower level, depending how we want to solve visitation for those who have clients or individuals. And in the gray areas, as we mentioned, when we looked at the overall program, there's opportunities to have secure record storage and a sort of that low cost footage in the lower level for that type of. So now we're going to sort of jump quickly in sort of the last few slides, kind of look at the approach of how that building planning concept was thought about as it related specifically to the site here at 120 West Doherty. So a quick sort of high level analysis. We look at this intersection of Lumpkin and Doherty. As we've mentioned, this corner is the highest part of the site, and it starts to slope down, somewhat drastically as we go to the west on Doherty or to the north along Lumpkin. So the idea is that if there were to be people navigating to the site, that being at that high point and be able to cross at a signaled intersection at Lumpkin and Doherty made a lot of sense. Those coming, I guess, west down Doherty, being able to cross at that high point and then bring people into the building. So we've noted this sort of edge or this corner as kind of our civic edge for that activity to happen. And obviously a lot of that frontage along Doherty, when you think about the presentation of a courthouse in a downtown environment and having it be visibly recognized as a courthouse and a building of importance, those two edges jumped out as sort of our primary edges. The private edges that would be more along the extension of Strong Street and the edge is against the church. We thought about being that, being more of the private side of the building because there are activities of like building service, secure access for those coming through the vehicle sally port, and kind of making those more quieter sides of the building where it's more limited access. Shows up in kind of our site plan diagram that we'll look at here in just a second. So building upon that diagram we're just looking at, this is a more detailed kind of layout. And you can see the attention to where the access points are for vehicles accessing secure parking and the entry. So this orangish peach color here is at that corner of Lumpkin, already that being our primary entry point. So it could be this elevated plaza, kind of a civic space associated with our courthouse building, accessing the front door, which was that yellow circulation zone we looked at in the plans. Keeping the curb cut along Doherty allows us to utilize that parking with some minor reconfiguration, just to have some control elements about vehicles. That this is more for secure parking as it's currently laid out here. The first drive would be access to the lower level parking for secure parking. This would be some overflow secure parking here that would be gated and controlled, but not sort of visually barricaded, if you will. And then to the top of the page or to the more northern edge, we have the drive-through for the vehicle sally port. So entry off of Doherty coming into the back of the site, circulating through, picking up and dropping off, and then exiting out onto Lumpkin. So that right now, the design is accommodating the circulation and turning radiuses for the bus to make that happen and access into the building. And then the service element here at the corner of Strong Street and Lumpkin. So that would be kind of more of a back end kind of drop off delivery in that particular location. We do have opportunities that the team has explored. There's probably one thing in the site layout that will take further investigation is we do want to have some level of immediate ADA access parking. We do have an opportunity to do that there. We've since had some conversations about potential more access points off of Strong Street that might allow us to rethink how that occurs. So we think there's a lot of positives even moving forward about us to fine tune and even improve on where we're at today. There's a suggestion here of a bus drop off and curb cut along this corner for additional public transportation, have that immediate access to the courthouse. So on the upper right-hand side, we're showing in our sort of parking count, we have about 53 spaces total associated for secure parking, a mix of 26 under the building and 27 at the surface. And then we have the opportunity in what's shown here with the surface lot and using the on-street parking of just 4 spaces that would be more of an immediate day-to-day ADA access. So just for sort of further study and analyzing the building and the opportunities, we know that at 6 stories is going to be a pretty significant structure within downtown. So understanding how the building and the architecture could create obviously a floor plan that works efficiently, supports in the visiting public, but also finding moments and opportunities where the building could maybe step back and be sensitive to the neighbors and understanding we can sort of transition that scale of the building. Based on the program and sort of operations of the court, we tend to have what we call a very high volume podium level. The building, the first 2 or 3 floors tend to have more program function. The building will sort of terrace in as we get to upper floors. So it started to show that on the back side of the building as we're looking at along this edge here along Strong Street, that the building can step back and be a little bit more sensitive in the scale. And we know that this is a study. We're kind of just dipping our toe in sort of the exterior of the architecture, but understanding where those opportunities are. We've had some conversations, obviously, about planning and zoning and understanding those requirements of how we rescale the building and make it adjust at that 2 to 3 story level. So that's all things that we would continue to evolve. And sort of along those lines, we took these basic blocks, if you will, and just started to map, if you will, some moments to suggest some architecture. Again, these are not designs, and we have not, the design process for us, the Croft and VLR group team, in the room with you. And while we've had these conversations about organization and planning and operations, what it means to be a building in downtown Athens-Clarke County is a conversation where we have people in the room and we understand what that means and what's important. How do we express, a courthouse, for the next 75 years? So this is starting just to suggest that if we're looking at that intersection of Lumpkin and Doherty, is there something that scales the building down that creates this sort of front porch and this is where the entry is? It literally defines where people come to the front of the courthouse. Could there be some moment in vertical expression that creates that sort of clock tower, that thing that's recognizable in our traditional courthouse buildings? And then the next slide is kind of looking from Doherty, looking east. So you start to see here that transition in the scale. So we're trying to bring that sort of 3-story scale of the building to be a little more sensitive to the neighbors that are immediately adjacent to it. And again, these are things that are still evolving, will be part of our design process moving forward. So I think that's it for the concept plan conversation.
We can either move into the financial discussion, or I guess if we want to take questions.
Do y'all want to dive in just to kind of the physical contours first, and then we can talk separately about the financial component? Melissa?
Yeah, where is the moon tree on this site plan?
Maybe under the building.
under the building.
So that's coming out.
So one important thing, knowing that this was likely to be the site, is we've tasked our community forester to work on propagating it. They're collecting seeds and working with the university on cloning it. So much like our tree that owns itself is technically a daughter of the tree that owns itself, we're exploring ways to honor its legacy.
I also have a question about, kind of the legacy of this building, you know, which was once the public library. There's some interesting like art elements on this building out, like
The tile.
the tiles. Yeah, I'm not sure the story behind this, but I'm sure there is a story. I just want to make sure that somehow those tiles get reused and repurposed in some kind of on-site art element. Kind of honor the history of what's been here before.
Anything else about the built component, Dexter?
Yeah, and I brought this up. Speaking of legacy, we got first LME, I'm sitting right there and, you know, it's a huge facility and how it's gonna impact. I was hoping they were revenue, but the impact it's gonna have on that community, talk about legacy, but what is this Judicial gonna do with the members of that community and attending church on Sunday, although we don't have court on Sunday, but, you know, they do have some programming there, summer camp, then they do conferences there, so they're gonna be impacted tremendously. So, we really need to take that into consideration. I know County Manager Cal has reached out to them and had those conversations, but we really need to take this site in consideration about first LME. And I just think about the site on Broad where my church is, and you don't see Ebenezer until you get right up on it. And I just, you know, like this side, it bothers me. But again, I know we just in concept, just having conversations, but we just need to take those into consideration.
Allison and Carol?
You know, I like pictures, like telling them. I like following your layers, and the methodology about the public, private and secure spot. I really like the way that we maintain the surface parking next to the neighboring property that's historical and size wise to help us move to what, the space that we need to be a modern, and safe and dignified area for the Judicial Center. And then the picture, can you go back one where it's next to the ugly housing? Back one of the slides, that one. So, you know, as far as it having the heavier side towards this, I appreciate that decision. And then behind the uncommon, that's our surface, is that still us thinking of parking? Because I think, Dexter, when we talk about the community and who uses what parking, we have other ideas.
Yes, so one of the things that was mentioned is there is very, very limited ability to accommodate parking on site. So it's really looking at the secure parking on site. So we are well aware that there is a need for additional parking, which is going to come in the form of a parking deck. And so one of the options is, to Commissioner Wright's point, and you can see it on one of the slides on there, but in this image, just to the right of the uncommon, is a lot that we own. It was actually a part of one of the other sites that we looked at and analyzed as for a courthouse. And it is one of the potential locations. So about a half a block away would be one of the locations for a parking deck. Other options we don't own other options. So you'd have to look at, are there other properties in close proximity you would attempt to purchase or otherwise? So right now, and we haven't done any layout, any design, any of those kinds of things, but it is certainly going to be a necessity that parking get developed concurrent with the development of this project. Now, parking will be able to be constructed faster, if you will, than the courthouse itself. But the goal would be that when the courthouse opens, so does available parking associated with it. And it's going to come again in the form of some kind of parking deck, but it's going to be in proximity to this. The most likely candidate is the one that you just mentioned.
Right, and that's public and some staff, right? Because the secure parking, which is also an element that we lack now, is for those who are coming in through the Sally Port as well as the judicial.
Yeah, right now, our parking that we make available to everyone, there is no secure parking.
Yeah.
You know, the Sally Port access is directly off the public street right around the corner. Those pieces are pretty easily accommodated on the site. It's the more general public parking that would have to be accommodated in an off-site structure.
Right, and so then my question is the secure parking both outside and within, is that the correct number? Or do we need more secure? Is the secure being adequately covered with your plan?
I think we have those conversations. I feel like it's the realm of like the immediate, we certainly have all the secure parking in the building, you know, for elected officials. And then we have that overflow parking. So we're always trying to, you know, you can always take one more space. We feel like the number we're at today is satisfying the needs of the building.
And I also like the bus stop in the front. To help with public access and with the parking.
That it's a slide previous to this one, if we could just look at that since we just discussed it.
The exterior view. This one.
One before, where that shows the parking lot really, oh, well. Okay. Okay,
This one, I think.
page 16, it's not a,
It's
it's
talking about the tan picture, the picture with the tan block.
Massing.
the massing on it.
The trees and everything.
They're trying to see.
16.
That one, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that one, so
It shows that.
over there on the right.
One on the left, all the way over to the left is the lot we're talking about.
Right.
It's city, that's owned by ACC Go. That's the most likely candidate at this point for a parking deck.
Right, and then by leaving it for, as a surface lot, that's not the numbers we need.
Right,
Correct.
right.
So we definitely would need more than that, yes.
Yeah.
So then we'd still have the other parking deck, but we're gonna be talking about this parking deck soon because
Yes.
we
I
want to
mean,
move through. So back to this building, my question was on the design, because it made it real clear that this is just like, you just came up with something, right, to show us. We're not, what is the design process and how, you know, how many steps, how is the public involved? How is it, you know, for the outside and the architecture? What is that process like?
Specific to involvement, we would, you know, engage, you know, the mayor and commissioners to understand what that process looks like and how you want to set up. Certainly within the internal, you know, user group team. And we have a very much, you know, collaborative process. We have like a visioning session, understand, you know, when you think about this courthouse, you know, being here for the next 75 years, and what does that resonate with you? What makes it specific to Athens-Clarke County? So we do have a lot of conversations really before we ever put sort of pencil to paper, if you will, and because we wanted to solicit input and develop a building that resonates with the community.
So would that actually, since you're sitting right there next to Josh, and the capital projects, like if we're looking at on a very much smaller scale, the firehouse way out on the east side. So we have an architect firm, but then you are kind of, would you be coordinating, Josh, the capital projects department, like with the public input and any kind of, in the same way we do with other SPOS projects?
Yes, in this case, engagement is centered around the existing stakeholder group, that being the user group and the court officials that have been all the way through. There might be some need for some active public information and opportunity for feedback in the next phases.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about that, like not the internal, but the exterior, because it has such a significant
Sure.
impact. You know, like I walk by City Hall and it's, you know, I'm always taking pictures of it and it's so impressive. This is a lifetime, a building that's going to be here for years and years. So,
Yeah, and I think we would probably, there's a couple of steps involved with kind of that piece, I think. One of those is, see this as soon as tomorrow, is we're trying to really increase what it is that we're making publicly available for folks to be able to track this all the way along. So for example, tomorrow and on from here, there'll be frequently asked questions posted that cover a lot of the points we're making in the presentation here. And so a piece of it will be all the way through the design process. There'll be some public facing information consistently updated. Another piece of it is, as was mentioned, obviously the users for the inside involved in the design all the way through. There will be periodic opportunities for us to, as the design progresses, particularly on the exterior, that we would figure out a way in which to have some kind of public open house, some kind of public kind of discussion associated with that. Similarly, we would bring back those steps to you all along the way. The kind of the two benchmarks, if you will, is if we're able to move forward as soon as early June, we basically have early June till, if I understand correctly, kind of third quarter 27 is our design window in order to hit the construction targets that we have. So what we have to do is fit all of those opportunities into that timeframe. And so that's what we would do is do those pieces. We would not, we want to do the engagement with user groups, with obviously the Mayor and Commission, obviously with the public, to make certain the design is what we all want. We also need to be cognizant of what timeline is to get to the finish line. But that's inside that.
So kind of like by the end of next summer, that design, all that should be done. So that we're ready.
Yeah, I just don't want to leave the impression for folks that, between June and the end of next summer, they won't hear or see anything.
Right.
There'll be updates all along the way and involvement all along the way, just setting the stage kind of to know that third quarter is kind of the date at which we have to have the design done to hit the target for the construction.
Melissa?
Yeah, so we currently have a user group that's had input all along, to determine the layout of the building, folks who work for the courthouse. I would request that we appoint a second user group of folks from the rest of the committee who will be impacted by this, definitely from the AME Church, maybe someone at the bequest of Historic Athens, someone from the commission, to participate in the front end exterior design process, to kind of assure that, that is launched in a direction that the public will find acceptable.
I'll note in terms of process, something that I think we've learned from the Arena District design development process is doing some specific outreach. And rather than maybe have a duplicative committee or another committee that has that formality of structure, just doing some targeted invitation, might be an effective route. We got a lot of cooks in the kitchen,
Yeah,
and I'm very conscious as time goes
Things are
on.
a lot more effective when, instead of these drop-in sessions with 4 or 5 bands, you have some intense discussion on the front end among, the most impacted users or community members. And then you move on to that general public.
And I think there's a way perhaps to kind of bridge both of those. A good example of that is, I've already committed to the pastor that, you'll be engaged with them throughout the process. And maybe a good intermediate would be something akin to kind of like a focus group kind of thing, where you kind of convene a smaller group of directly influential or impacted stakeholders as you're working your way through. It's not a committee. They're there to give more nuanced and specific input in design. That may be another way we can thought it as we go.
Yeah, I definitely want to ensure that there are, folks from that immediate impact that are engaged at the very front end.
And I think the goal would be that if we're in agreement in June to proceed, one of the work products we would owe you back is, what does that community engagement process look like through design? And similarly, there'll be another reset for that through construction, because different parties will need to be kept up to date and up to speed during construction also. So that'll be a product that we owe you.
Anything else on design before we move to the fiscal element of this? All right, let's talk pennies.
First, I want to say, just want to take a moment to express some gratitude to the design team, Croft and DLR. It's taken an exceptional effort to bring this concept to you today, and others as well, the court officials and staff. I just want to acknowledge their work and ongoing. I know they're eager to kind of bring this building to life for you. So I want to say thank you for that. Quick reminder about the concept, and Commissioner Wright mentioned the value of providing some images, and certainly these visuals are helpful in making some of the decisions that are going to be in front of you in the short range. I do want to offer kind of a reminder of what phase of the process we're in with concept, and that what I want you to focus on is kind of the scale, the orientation, that what we want to do here will work on this property, but that we will bring back the schematic plan to you later this year And don't be surprised. I just didn't want you to be surprised if there's some adaptations and modifications of some of the things that we've shown you here. A lot of work to be done as we sharpen pencils on this. So I wanted to prep that. But I do hope that the visuals that you've seen today are helpful in what we've got coming to you in this next agenda cycle. So you've got your agenda setting next Wednesday, vote session June 2nd. And there are kind of three things that will be included in that. And I want to be careful in this presentation to make sure and identify what we're asking for in this agenda cycle, and then what's to be answered at a later date. Certainly there are implications of what we're deciding in this agenda cycle for a later date, and we should probably talk about those. I just want to be clear about what it is we're doing now and what's ahead of us, in the future. Manager Cowell's comments kind of reminded me back in September at your retreat, when I first walked in and I saw the butcher board up on the walls of where it looked like y'all had gone through just these exercises of what's important to you. And I remember seeing either the word courthouse or judicial center on there like 4 or 5 times and in big letters. So hopefully what today represents and this agenda cycle represents is some meaningful steps towards something that is clearly important to you. And I know we're eager to get started on that as well. Okay, so there are 3 things really that I want to offer to you in the next couple of slides, and then I'll stop, and I'm sure there are some things you'll want to discuss. First is expected project costs, which will identify for you. The thing that I want you to remember is the funding gap that project cost will identify. We know we've got some money currently in hand. And then next we would talk about the kind of structure that we're recommending to use in order to cover that financing gap. And then lastly is kind of blending the process of bringing the building to life and the process of bringing the resources that's necessary for construction on board kind of together and showing you that sequencing in one picture. So I'll pause there and let you just take a look at the numbers, and then I'll highlight a few things. First thing I want to point out in these numbers is what's included and then what's not included in here. One of the things that is included is what's necessary to sustain the existing courthouse. So over there on the right side, up at the top, you'll see some numbers that reflect what's committed to sustaining the existing courthouse over a period of years. You'll also see on the left side, kind of towards the bottom, is included some resources for staff relocation that are in this facility today that will need to be somewhere else for a period of time. What's not included on here, one of the things that we've already talked about and is front of mind for all of us, and that is future parking structure. It is not included in these figures right here. The other thing that's not included in these figures right here is preparation of the existing courthouse for whatever its next life is. We feel like we are able to sustain the existing courthouse for some period of time, but in order to prepare it for a future life, that's a question that we'll have to answer on another day. That's not included in these numbers. A couple of other things that I will point out here is we have 10%, looking on the left side, 10% design contingency. We have included 5% escalation through 2027, as well as 10% contingency for the project overall. And then finally, if you take total expected cost of the project and consider the amount of money that we have currently, the difference there is that bottom line, as you see on the right side in the middle, and that is $148 million. On the next slides, when I reference financing or project financing. What I'm talking about is how to cover that gap, the $148 million difference between the money that we have and the expected project cost here.
Josh, this is just a question on that. What does SP number 2 stand for?
Sub-project 2, so when you see sub-project number 2, that's the existing courthouse.
Okay, got it.
Repairs, HVAC, can't remember what all. Variety of things, yeah, elevators, correct.
Can't forget those.
Josh, what do we have right now? What we got in the bank?
Right there at the top of the right side indicates the full SPLOST project, so that's 77 million.
That's what I thought, okay.
Now, we have spent some of that on the existing courthouse, and that's what's reflected there, either encumbered or spent at 4.5 there, if you look 2 numbers down.
That's it. That's what I thought, 77 million, what?
Yes, sir.
So the difference is what we have to, potentially borrow is 140 million.
That's correct.
What's the 53, the 5.3 million? Can you change, can you transfer?
So
that?
there are some, when we're thinking about the existing courthouse, we have specifically identified some uses of 4.5 million, but we anticipate there being between now and whenever a new judicial center is constructed and ready for occupancy, some additional needs in the existing courthouse. That 5.3 would cover what's needed to sustain that building.
That's just because we're going to be in it for a few more years and stuff is going to continue to be.
Right, so that's not redesign, that's just keeping it up.
Yeah, we're trying to be.
Another element.
Sustainment.
Yeah, and the good, if there is a good part, I suppose, as we, invest in things like roofs and to some degree the elevators, those dollars will still be of value when we repurpose the courthouse. We're trying to minimize the expenses on things that would simply be torn out when the courthouse is reused, but.
An effective roof is an effective roof, no matter what goes on.
On the demolition site development, that number looks low. To me. We already looked at the study and see what that looked like, Josh. I mean, that's a low number, $750,000 site development. You talk about demo.
That's demo alone.
I'm saying it's just demoing alone, right?
Yes, sir. Look at that next line past it.
Okay, all right, okay.
The demolition just.
Okay, my bad.
There's a lot of civil work to be done, and that line is just specifically demo.
Okay.
All right. I'm sure there are other questions. Let me proceed to the next one, and then we can come back to this one for sure. So this slide is intended to illustrate the structure framework that we're recommending for generating the resources necessary to cover that $148 million cap. The first thing that I want to say about this structure is that it's commonly used throughout Georgia on these kinds of projects. There are a variety of ways in which local governments like yourselves can fund projects with guidance from the legal team and management team. This is the structure that we're recommending to you. And it actually builds on an action that you've already taken in 2003. You set this up, say again, 23. Oh, what did I say?
2023.
Very sorry. 2023. You set up this structure for a different purpose and set it up to implement some opportunity zones. So I want to be clear that what we're doing here would not affect the opportunity zones, but it is the same framework just to accomplish a different task. First two blocks up there, blue one and the green one, are the ones that you would, that would be achieved in this agenda report that you're going to see this cycle. And it does two things. It amends the urban redevelopment plan that you already have that was approved in 2023. And it redefines kind of the geographic area to include this piece of property right here. some findings of necessity for redevelopment of this area, and a description of the project that's imagined. The second thing that it would do is create an urban redevelopment agency, and that agency would be responsible for implementing the redevelopment, would also be responsible for issuing the bonds necessary that would generate the path for construction. And so if we move into those second two blocks, those two would be achieved later this year, but would be a necessary part of this framework here. That being an intergovernmental agreement that sets up the arrangement where the redevelopment agency would issue bonds to finance construction, and that the unified government would then agree to make capital outlay payments back to that redevelopment agency so that they can make the debt service payments over time. Again, let me go back to, and this is the resolution that achieves this is going to be attachment number 2 in your agenda report. So pay attention to that. It's the blue and the green block up there that we would try to achieve in that action. And the orange, so the arrangement, the intergovernmental agreement between the unified government and the urban redevelopment agency would be later this year, fourth quarter.
Any questions about just the steps in that process?
I want to clarify that the members of the Urban Redevelopment Agency would be, actually, they're called commissioners under the Georgia Code statute that authorizes these redevelopment agencies, would be the mayor and commission as well. So with the mayor serving as chair and the mayor pro tem serving as vice chair secretary.
Thank you.
So much like I do most mornings, we'd be speaking to ourselves in the mirror and coming to an agreement.
So we wouldn't have any other people on this, it would just be us. So this is like a formality required by the state in order to issue bonds for something like this.
Because you have to enter into the intergovernmental agreement, so there has to be another entity to do that with. And currently, since the agency already exists, currently you all are already the members of that agency. That was the action that was taken in 2020. Like I see, before 2023 was last amended in 2023.
All right.
This is my last slide, and then we can field questions. So this is the sequence of events, effectively from here on out, that blends together the process of bringing the building to life, as well as the process of securing the resources necessary for construction, starting with what's coming up in your agenda cycle now. And again, that is saying, yes, we like this location. Yes, we like the building concept that you've just seen. And we like this financing structure, this framework of using the urban redevelopment plan and agency and issuing bonds to secure the resources necessary. Then again, then we would turn around pretty quickly. And one of the things I want, let me pause and point out, you see up there, where is it? The yellow in the middle. Mayor and Commission approval of construction manager at risk. So we believe that this project is a good candidate for using a delivery method that's a little bit different from the traditional method of construction. Typically, what you would expect is for us to go through a process of designing the building all the way through to construction documents. And then we solicit for a builder to take those documents and build. It's called design, bid, build. It's a sequential process. The alternative that we're recommending here is construction manager at risk. It's something it's a delivery method that we've used in the past, and we feel like it might be a good candidate here as well. The difference is that we bring a construction manager on earlier, so a builder on earlier to be involved in the design process a little more than they ordinarily would. And we would turn around and procure that that construction manager here over the course of this summer and be ready to bring that to you here before the end of the year. The idea, the theory is that by bringing the builder on earlier and helping in the design process, that it helps to make the building a reality sooner. Sometimes it works out like that, sometimes it doesn't, but that will be the intent. So I did want to point that out because that is something that's a little bit different, and it makes the sequencing of what we're asking for a little bit different. So you will see that this fall, as well as we expect to be able to offer you a schematic design. So taking the concept that you just saw and but far more detailed and far more specific about what it is we intend to build, as well as the intergovernmental agreement that would set up the arrangement between the unified government and the redevelopment agency. So this summer would be a busy time. You know, your finance staff and financial advisors and bond counsel would be working hard to put together a plan for financing. Your design crew would be building your schematic plan. And we would be working towards next year, first part of next year, final design and completion, final design. And perhaps we could get started on some demolition and site work in the middle of next year. You know, the design crew will kind of help us out with what the sequencing and timing of that will be, and get ready to start construction in 2028 into 2029. I already see some hands up, so I will stop talking. I do want to offer a couple of final thoughts. One thing that's just kind of always on our minds as we're working on this project is this is a building that won't just matter for the people that are here now. This will serve for generations. And so we want to make sure that this is an asset that's durable and stands the test of time. And that's just something you're also keeping in mind, just the importance of the activity that takes place within and the role that the judicial system plays in our government. In everything that we do, those are things that we try to keep in mind. Yeah, let me stop there, and then I'm sure we'll have some things to talk about.
Global question.
Yeah.
Victor?
Well, first of all, Josh, thank you for y'all finally decide to go this process with the building design, which I've been preaching for the last 4 years, how you get things done. For me though, what I like to see, and I'm not sure whether or not y'all can do this or both, I like to see our numbers though. What's gonna be the cost? Pay this back. I think that needs to be.
And we have some of that information.
Okay, well, I think it needs to be, public needs to know, and we need to know, if they ask us to take a vote in June, they need to be out here so we can understand what that cost is gonna be.
Yeah, and one of those, and we didn't say this in this speech, but certainly there is the kind of biggest answer to that question is there is an expectation that the debt that would be issued for this would be retired through a future lost initiative. So that would be your source of revenue to be able to retire the debt. And because otherwise you're retiring it through a millage increase, most likely.
Right, yeah.
associated with that. So we can give you kind of both of those scenarios of what that 148 million ultimately looks like by the time you get all the cost in, and also what that annual debt service would mean relative to the millage increase that would be necessary to support that. So yes, we have those numbers, and we can certainly provide those as we get further into this.
I think we should, that we need to see those numbers. And again, thank you, Josh, for y'all finally deciding to do this build and construct that. That's the best way to go. I hope in the future we'll continue to go down this road in our splash type project. It makes sense.
Yeah, I think that one of the keys to that, to using the construction manager at risk, Josh has already mentioned, which is they're working side by side with the designers and doing, in effect, the value engineering live instead of waiting till you get a design and figuring out, oh, that's too expensive. Now, how do we reduce it? The other benefit it gets is that slide that Josh had up there is, in that November timeframe is the approval of a guaranteed maximum price. And so you know what the item is going to cost going into. The contractor is assuming that risk. That's the whole concept of it at that point. And so there is not that normal cadence of sign, bid, hope that the bid came into the budget that you have. And if it doesn't, how do you lower the standards of what you're trying to do? And then get into a series of change orders subsequent to that and all that. This is a process designed to lessen the chances of those things.
I agree.
Carol?
Yeah, I was making the same point that Dexter was about the anticipated cost and where it's coming from and different alternatives of where it could come from as well. And I think when you, and from what you just said, you'll present us with that before we're voting on this bond, of course. And, you know, the talk about using the next SPLOST to pay the debt here, when you present that, I'd like you to make it clear to us how spending, I'm making a number up, like 100 million or 70 million for the debt for this, how that affects whether or not we can have debt, we can get any bonds for future things. Because what Commissioner Fisher just mentioned was, oh, I want to be able to do this for future, you know, other SPLOST projects. Well, if we're doing this for the last one, I'd imagine that affects our ability to do it for any extra projects that are on there. So I just want that, I know it'll have to be repeated again and again for all of us, different commissions, et cetera. But please, when you present that, explain its effect, just so we have that information.
Yeah, I think what we would show you all is so, and I'll use real numbers that we have here. Although again, take these with a bit of a grain of salt because they're still being worked out and they are also subject to change depending on some parameters, like how long you borrow for or other kinds of things. So if, for example, all in to borrow the $148 million, the cost of doing so by the time you factor in all the borrowing costs and all those other associated things is $164 million, let's say. And that would be the number that would get captured, pre-designated, if you will, in a SPLOST request. If that SPLOST was a 10-year SPLOST, you know, it'd be $164 million of, let's say 500 million, 400 million, whatever that amount would be. So that we can give you kind of that sense of magnitude of how much of that future SPLOST would this consume. We can also, again, this depends greatly on, are you borrowing for 10 years or are you borrowing for 20 years? And if you're borrowing for 10 years, you know, we can tell you, okay, that's the equivalent of 2.6 mil to be able to service that debt for that period of time. So yes, we can give you a couple, because it really is probably going to be helpful to give you a couple different scenarios, because they really are dependent on ultimately, when it comes time to issue the debt, what it is that you're going to choose with those. Again, are you going to borrow for 20 years or 10 years or, you know, what have you with it? And yes, we can definitely give you, I mean, those numbers I gave you are real numbers, but we can give you some additional versions of that, if you will.
It sounds like though the payback scenario is much simpler than what we were exposed to again and again for the arena. We're not having naming rights, like we're not selling that or anything else.
You don't want to name this the, I don't know,
That's right.
Ann and Claire Myers
That's
Judicial
right.
Center.
Somebody would pay us $1 million to name the courthouse, you know, but yes.
Yeah, well,
It's a much more straightforward.
right, so it's much more straightforward. It would be, you know, looking at bonds or.
Yeah, frankly, it's
No luxury suites.
right. You know, it is what it is. It's a public facility, no different, bigger in scale certainly, but no different than when you're building a fire station or when you're building a library or what have you. I mean, it's, you know, it is pretty much you design it, figure out what it costs, where you're going to put it, and then how you're going to pay for it. That's, you know, a lot of the other nuances you can have in public-private agreements or other kinds of private developments just aren't at play here.
I could offer the way that makes sense in my mind anyway. There are kind of two sets of levers that we have as a commission to affect paying it back. The first set is, so you've got sales tax available, you've got property tax, and then that's one set of levers. Or you could use a combination of SPLOST or millage. And then the second set of levers is we can stretch this payback out over time meaning lower annual payments, but more overall. Or you can compress that time, pay higher every year, but lower overall. So, you know, if you apply those two sets of levers, maybe put that in a scenario, and maybe you say to me, Josh, we fully intend to include this in the next SPLOST program. We want to pay it off by the end of that program. So maybe we're talking 2029 to 2039. So let's pay it off by 2039 and use only SPLOST. So no property tax. What I would be able to offer you then that next would be consumed by this project. And then whether that's acceptable to you or not, it would depend on what else you were trying to do with the next block. Or you might tell me, well, Josh, give me a scenario that using that same time period is just property tax and not sales tax at all. Then what I would offer you is, well, we know that today a mill would generate about $8 million for you. So if I'm giving you a scenario that has $40 million of annual debt service, that would be an equivalent of 2.5 mills if we're just using property tax. And there are scenarios that might get to an annual debt service of $20 million. So that would be the thing that I would try to offer you. And again, those numbers are just.
And when is SPLOST 2020 over? Again, when do we stop? Because that's changed, right?
My projection is that by the end of calendar year 2028, we would be at the dollar limit, meaning you can put the next program on the ballot in May of 2028.
Next SPLOST. And I think to show that kind of in the timing, if there was comfort with this approach for issuing the debt, that, somewhere in that October timeframe is when we would have to finalize these kinds of conversations, because you're going to be, at that point in October, you're going to be entering into the IGAs, you're going to be actually giving approvals for issuance of debt, whatever that form. So you would want to know at that point, to answering your questions definitively, this is, we want to do it for 10 years, 20 years, whatever it is. We do indeed anticipate that it would be retired with SPLOST and so on.
And if I might add one thing, so I think our recommendation would be to plan to use the next SPLOST, but there is a risk of a referendum in there. And so that is why it is important to pay attention to that millage rate equivalent is that risk isn't fully mitigated until that's been approved by the voters.
Yeah, I think that goes back to Commissioner Fisher's point is, we want to make sure that as you all consider this, you understand fully what the implications are. SPLOST is one avenue, and to Andrew's point, if SPLOST didn't occur, you would know what it is, or if you chose not to do SPLOST, you would know what the impact would be on the millage rate, because I think it's important that you're going in with that awareness at least of those different scenarios and those different options and possibilities.
We appreciate the management team bringing the carrot and the stick.
Right.
So we've got 70 million to spend until the next SPLOST, is that right? So do we have enough to spend until we start collecting on the next SPLOST? Or are we gonna have to take money out of the general fund or somewhere?
Good question. So under the timeline that we have, the intergovernmental agreement later this year would prompt issuance of the bonds. And yes, so then there would be presumably a time period in between when we issue the bonds and whenever next SPLOST program begins. Typically, that time period is covered with something like interest-only payments and capitalized interest included in the bond issuance.
Speak to that issue. When we issue the bonds will depend on making sure that once the bonds are issued, we're able to expend them in a timely manner. So you may not have been part of that discussion, but we're shooting to be able to do that towards the end of this year, but there's still a lot, it sounds to me like from the presentation we had from the architect, there's still a lot of planning to be done. So we just have we don't even have a So I'm not sure.
And you say that, Judd, because of course in Georgia law, you've only got a limited period of time to spend those
Yeah, we
dollars. You
would-
can't just hang on.
Right.
Yeah, I think to the extent practical, we would like to hold the issuance of debt until we need it. Less like the borrowing costs that we're carrying while we're doing that piece. There is a linkage between, and I think this is what Judge referring to as kind of the timing. There's a linkage between when the IGA is entered into and when you would issue the debt. But we've got at least a year's worth of design before we move into needing the debt to be able to actually start construction. So we would try to compress that to the extent practical to save those dollars. And I think, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Josh, I think to answer that question also is what has to happen between, say, June and when we would have proceeds available, either from the debt or from the from a future SPLOST on it. We've got to have enough money to cover design. We've got to have enough money to take care of the existing courthouse, and we have to have enough money to relocate people out of this building. At that point, we would need money in order to actually start the demolition and the design and construction. And I think our belief is definitely that the 77 million that we have to be able to do that is able to cover those expenses.
That's another thing we look at is the available funds. We have sitting in, so how long will that take us before we need funds? But we've actually, Ben Brooks, who is our bond counsel, many of y'all have seen Ben here before, is here today because he very sizable bond issue. So we want to make sure that everybody's on the same page. And so if you had any questions, Ben could help answer them today.
And this is also why in our budget discussions, we've talked about the need to my desire to try to push that fund balance up as much as we can, because through this process, as we're borrowing by whatever means we're borrowing, there'll be a credit rating agencies taking a look at our credit worthiness, and the better our credit worthiness, the better the interest rate, and therefore the cheaper the debt issuance piece of it. So, we're at no risk of falling below our minimum policy. I would like to push us up as high as we can above that, if you will, to paint as good a picture to those agencies as we can.
I'm glad you mentioned about the fund balance and pushing it up as far as you can, because there are a lot of people who don't understand the fund balance, and they think that we're like getting ready to file bankruptcy, and have made clear, I've heard it, I'll put it that way. But people do not understand what the fund balance is about and what it's supposed to do. And the percentage that we are stable with, but to go above that for that rating is going to be necessary for any kind of bonding. And so I'm glad you said that to clear up some.
Yeah, we've got well over $40 million fund balance. We'll have that after the budget's approved, and just the more we're able to actually, and there's a balance between increasing it to what you need and increasing it to a point that you're squandering other opportunities. And that's the balance we're trying to strike.
All right.
All righty.
Everybody feeling good? All right. Thank you all so much for your work on this. Very excited about.
Yeah, thank you.
forward.
And again, if I can, I just want to echo what Josh said, because I think I probably sent everybody into a panic when we came back from that September retreat and said, this is actually really going to move forward. So we need to design by now, and they did a great job.
Are y'all ready to pick back up at 2:30? Everybody be in your seats at 2:30.
We do have one minor, change, after Magistrate Court, we're gonna have State Court come next, I'll say as our court. So we'll pivot a little bit, then we go back to Superior, Sheriff, Tax Commissioner, District Attorney, Solicitor, Probate, Juvenile, and Public. So with that, Judge, appreciate you coming in and go ahead and let you get started.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Fishner, and thank you, everyone for having us here again. I think I know or have met at least everybody around this table, but my name is Ben Macon and I'm the Chief Magistrate Court Judge here in Athens. I know that you'll hear from all of the courts every year, and you hear magistrate, probate, municipal, states, and some of these titles and responsibilities may start to run together. So just as a quick overview, Magistrate Court, on the criminal side of cases, we are the beginning of cases, meaning we are the court that makes decisions about bond after a person has been arrested. And on the civil side of cases, we hear cases up to $15,000 that do not involve a jury trial. So that's what our general roles are. And we are also the court that considers almost all of the arrest warrant and search warrants that are sought by law enforcement, and that'll come up a little bit later in my presentation. So those are our general responsibilities in Magistrate Court. Before I get to the main topic, I just wanted to give you all two general information facts that are important about our court this year. The first is, I think last year when I saw you all, Judge Wagle had resigned to take a position at the university. And so we were in the process of seeking our third magistrate court judge. And we hired Judge Jessica Benjamin. And she is now in magistrate court. We have myself, Judge Donarell Green, who's been there for several years, and Judge Benjamin. Of course, you all know Mr. Donnelly from the Public Defender's Office. Judge Benjamin was the chief assistant at the Public Defender's Office, and so Mr. Donnelly is cursing my name for Judge Benjamin to come to Magistrate Court, but she's been there since last summer, and she's done a wonderful job, and we have those three judges. The other thing that I'll mention, and it's really not going to affect our presentation today, is I said that we are the court that can hear cases up to $15,000. Just as of a few days ago, the governor signed a law which increased the jurisdictional limit for magistrate court to $25,000. So what that means now is that if you're seeking up to $25,000, you can file in magistrate court, state or superior court. That could increase our case numbers, but that law does not take effect until January 1st of next year. And so we're going to sort of cross that bridge when we come to it in terms of what changes that creates in our office. But the primary reason that I'm here and our primary request of the commission is to consider adding a part-time magistrate court judge position, which would bring us to 3.5 positions. And there are two primary goals there, but the first and foremost is that if we are able to obtain and then fill that position, what I have agreed to with the Superior Court judges is that our judges, the Magistrate Court judges, would begin hearing all of what are called the ex parte TPO hearing. And that is a significant piece of their work, would be a significant piece of our work, but we feel like with that position, we could manage that duty. So I'm going to give you just a hopefully quick, but deep enough overview about what a TPO is so that you understand what that work is and why it's necessary. Everybody probably has a sense that a TPO is something that you can get quickly. And that is true. And so what the law allows in the first step of that process is for a party to come to the court ex parte, meaning without the opposing party, and speak to a judge for a judge to consider issuing a protective order. And so there is only one party present, and they can happen at any time. And that's going to sort of factor into why the need is what it is. TPOs can be, in general, to break it down a little bit, you might have family violence type protective orders where there is some intimate partner relationship between the parties. And you might also have what are called stalking protective orders where there is not any need legally for the parties to have had any particular prior relationship. It could be two strangers. And so those two categories make up the cases that the Superior Court judges see with TPOs. These can be cases where a person has been arrested and the party is seeking the additional protection of a TPO, or it can be a case where a person has either not been arrested or where officers are not comfortable pursuing arrest warrants. You can still pursue a TPO. And so these first ex parte hearings are by their nature unplanned, right? So no one, obviously 60 days, no one's thinking, well, in 60 days, I'm going to have this really stressful event or this fearful event, and I'm going to come down to the courthouse on June 29th. And so I'll go ahead and set up a court date with Judge Haggard. That is not how ex parte cases work. They are unplanned events. What happens essentially is that the person is going to go into Mr. Rate's office with the clerk of court. They're going to complete the necessary paperwork, the petition for the TPO, and then Mr. Rate's office is going to confer with the Superior Court judges to see who is available. There are some TPOs, and I should say we do on occasion sort of fill in, say if all the Superior Court judges were at a conference or something like that. So I have a little bit of experience with TPOs already, but there are some TPOs that are extremely cut and dried, and you really, there's ample evidence that a protective order should be issued. And then there are others that are quite murky. And there's a lot of uncertainty about what the facts are or whether a TPO should issue. And so the scope of what you might be involved in and hearing that ex parte or ex parte hearing can really vary. And again, you don't know that literally until you walk into the room. By law, Superior Court judges are the judges and the class of court that can hear TPOs, but the law also allows Superior Court judges to designate other judges to hear them sitting as Superior Court judges. And so when we sort of pinch hit a little bit here and there, that is the authority under which the Magistrate Court judges do that. So that's just very briefly what a TPO is and how they come to the courthouse. And again, one of the events in our courthouse that is totally unplanned. And so the question or one of the questions for you all, I think, is why should these be heard? Why is it important and effective for these to be heard by a Magistrate Court judge rather than by a Superior Court judge? And the first big piece of that I would address is logistics. And so in Superior Court, we have in general matters that have two traits. One is that they are planned very far in advance. So calendar calls and arraignments and jury trials are set months in advance. And the other is that they involve lots and lots of people. So if you have a jury trial, and of course, if you have the number of jurors needed summoned, you might be talking about 100 people, much less the attorneys, the parties, the witnesses, all those folks. If you have an arraignment calendar, those might be 40 or 50 or 60 defendants, all of whom have attorneys and family members that also need to be involved. And so the Superior Court judges, and obviously they'll be able to speak much more articulately about this than I can, but they work in very big chunks. And sometimes I think of that as like flying 757. And when you're flying the 757, it really is sort of all you can do to kind of keep that plane in the air. And there is no time or very limited time or great difficulty with squeezing in things that were unplanned as part of that day. Now, to contrast that, in Magistrate Court, we have a big piece of our work that is unplanned. And I mentioned the arrest warrants and the search warrants, and those are unplanned. We have two officers here. They might 2 hours from now need to call me about a warrant, about a crime that they observed, but they don't know it right now. And so their work is very much unplanned. And so because of that, we have, and we have to have, and we've had for many years, as part of our schedule, an on-call judge. And so what that means is that that judge is present, but is not assigned any court on a particular day. So for instance, this morning, I was the judge hearing civil and dispossession cases. Judge Benjamin was the judge hearing bond hearings, and Judge Green was our on-call judge. And so because we have that on-call structure, we are uniquely situated to take things that are coming in on an unplanned ad hoc manner. And essentially, if we're able to proceed with this plan, the way that we would operate is we have a schedule of who is the on-call judge that goes to law enforcement, and we will just give that schedule to Ms. Zarate's office. And so when Ms. Zarate receives a petition for TPO, her office will call whoever the on-call judge is. We will say, great, come on down to the second floor, and we will hear that application for a TPO. And I would also say that I just got back from our continuing education training that we have to attend every year. And they had an entire session devoted to TPOs. So why would a magistrate court training, continuing education, why would they have a session devoted to TPOs? And it is because of exactly this issue. There is a trend in Georgia and many other counties where magistrates are hearing TPOs. And because there was such a need that the folks that run that continuing education felt like, hey, we need to get magistrates with a full education on TPOs. So this is something that is going on in many other counties in our state. It is going on a very small scale currently in our court. And that is in broad strokes what I can perceive as why our court is uniquely situated to handle those TPOs. And I think the next question for you all might be why, okay, well, you have this part-time, or I'm sorry, not part-time, you have this on-call position. So why do we need to add to fulfill this need for protective orders? And so there's sort of two parts to that. The first is that with our schedule and the number of cases that we have, our cases move very quickly. We don't have the same sort of long-term cases with massive numbers of people involved at the superior and state court judges, but we do have a lot of cases. And with that, we do on occasion end up double booked. And there are occasions where we have to say, hey, officers, for the next 2 hours, there will be someone here for emergencies. So if there's some catastrophe, we will be here. We have to ask you to hold your emergencies. And so when I am committing to hear all of the ex parte TPOs for the Superior Court judges and for Ms. Zarate, I'm not saying to them, well, we'll do it except on Tuesdays unless there's a judge on vacation, or we'll do it except when one of the judges is at the doctor. We're committing that we will hear those cases essentially Monday through Friday during business hours. And so to do that, we have to watch out for some of the schedule pinches that come up in our work. The other thing is that when you are on call, meaning that you don't have court, those are going to be times that we are all reliant on to do the things to do the parts of our work that you don't do in court. Issuing orders on cases that you've already heard or other procedural orders. So I do rely very much on that on-call time to make sure that I can get some things done. And so this position, if it is funded, would essentially do a little bit of all the work that we do. So they're not just going to be sitting waiting for TPOs, which we don't know when they come. And they're not just going to be sort of twiddling their thumbs until that comes in the door. They're going to do all of the same court and legal tasks that all three current judges do. But there's a second benefit to this position and a second improvement that we can make to our processes that we can do if this position is funded. And so I'll kind of give you again a quick little legal deep dive that hopefully will be helpful and explain what that is. So one thing that we do in magistrate court is we hold what are called preliminary hearings, and those are hearings after a person has been arrested to determine if there is still probable cause for the case to continue on to superior court. And so it's sort of like a little miniature trial. We don't have all the witnesses come, but we have the prosecutor, we have the defense attorney, and we have the arresting officer who would testify and answer questions. And so what those hearings are is sort of the first chance a lot of times that everybody is in the room, both the state and the defense, the defendant, and everyone can sort of evaluate what we have in this particular case. What is the strength or lack of strength of the case? What charges are appropriate or not appropriate? And sometimes what that is an opportunity to resolve a case. And so we have the prosecutor, we have the defense attorney, and we sort of say, they sort of say, hey, I think what we've got here is a case that should be resolved as a misdemeanor charge for this sentence. Or, hey, it should be resolved as perhaps 2 misdemeanor charges. And the problem with that is that historically, we have not had the authority to take pleas and to resolve cases in magistrate court. It would have to go back to the Superior Court judge. And again, their schedule being what that is, it's probably not going to be the same day as the preliminary hearing. So what I've done is that I've conferred with Mr. Yalamanchili from the DA's office, who will be here, I think, later on today, and all 4 Superior Court judges to establish a designation order where a magistrate court judge would have the authority to hear a misdemeanor plea and resolve the case that day. And we are going to launch that process no matter what happens with this position. We feel like it's efficient. We feel like it will resolve cases quicker. It will result in people being released from custody who should be released from custody. Hearing only misdemeanor pleas is sort of like opening up the faucet just a little bit. There will not be a lot of those cases that get resolved at preliminary hearings. Our belief is that if this position is funded, that we could also hear some felony pleas at preliminary hearing calendars. And that's sort of like opening up the faucet more to more potential rapid resolution of cases. I want to be clear, we do not expect, it's not realistic to expect everyone to resolve particularly serious cases that early on in the process. That just doesn't happen. But our belief is that if this position is funded, we could have the time on the calendar to consider those pleas and then to have everyone in the same place such that the district attorney's office and the public defender's office could resolve the case that day rather than waiting for another calendar, which might be on another day. And so that is a second benefit that we foresee in addition to the ability to hear TPOs that will come from funding this position. Also, just broadly with that, I think what I want to say is that our goal here is probably 3 things. One, on the criminal side of cases, is to create an efficiency and a rapidity with resolving cases that is just more challenging right now. The second is to be able to allow Superior Court judges a greater focus on the things that they absolutely must be the ones to perform, such as a jury trial. And then the third is to make sure that we have as much access to the TPO process as the calendar day will allow. And so those are our 3 broad goals in having this position be funded. I will let you all know that Ms. Zarate from the clerk's office is here. I've spoken with her extensively about this plan. TPOs would still be a Superior Court matter. We're just sitting as Superior Court judges by designation. But she is fully in support and enthusiastic about this idea, and she made the time to be here today. Obviously, the Superior Court judges are here and they will present next, and they're fully in support of this as well. And I was able to speak with Ms. Girtz, who some of you all may know, who is the director of the Family Violence Clinic, and her office assists people in presenting TPOs, not all of them, but a good number of them. And she was very enthusiastic and supportive of this proposal as well, and the idea of the magistrates being able to hear these cases. So that is our request of the commission this year. And I think in closing, what I would say is this, and maybe this is an analogy that will make sense just a little bit. The first year that I was chief judge, we came to ask the commission for funding for an AV system. We had missed out on some of the ARPA funding and those things. And then we found ourselves in COVID and having all these virtual hearings without an AV system. And so I came and we said, please, give us the technology that we need to manage these hearings. And you all did it. And it was a significant financial outlay. But what we didn't foresee at that point is that, now here about 5 years later, that courtroom and that technology has been used by municipal court, state court, superior court, probate court, juvenile court. And so that was an investment that the commission made that I think was a great one, was very much appreciated by our court, but it ended up being effective and efficient in ways really that we did not even foresee at the time. And I recognize this is a different type of investment and it's an ongoing investment, but I feel confident with the level of cooperation that we have between the courts and the clerk's office, that this is an investment that will pay off across sort of multiple avenues as time goes on. So with that, always appreciate, I think, the support that the commission has for the courts and certainly for Magistrate Court. And thank you all for that over the years. And if you all have any questions about that or any other aspect of our budget, I'm glad to hear from you all.
Yeah, so as it stands now, if someone requests a TPO, there's a chance that it could take a little while for them to get it, a day or two, and with this process, it could be quite immediate.
I don't know that I would say a day or two, and I'll let the Superior Court judges speak to their present scheduling. But just as sort of a starting point, remember that there's almost always at least one Superior Court judge choose in Oconee County. And then from there, it sort of depends on where they are at in these various long calendars. And I'm sure it varies. I'm sure there are some days that there is a Superior Court judge that just walked out of court, great. And I'm sure there's other days that it's much more challenging. What we are committing to is that there is an on-call judge in Magistrate Court. And so there should not be. Now, sometimes if one of the officers calls and I'm on with another officer or there's something else going on, they might wait a few minutes. But there's no reason for those officers to wait more than a few minutes. That's the commitment that I made to the police department. And so we anticipate being available. Full disclosure, I think we probably would ask for a pause over the lunch hour, but we anticipate being available, kind of for the business hours.
It's important.
I've always enjoyed you.
That makes one of us.
I remember one time when you didn't ask for anything. You came and you spoke, well, neither here nor there. I'm glad you reminded us about the AV system. And I do remember a time when you talked about the data management system.
Yes.
Interesting. How
Yes.
is that working?
It's really well. So that went online just right before this meeting last year. And so that has moved us into the 21st century. So now instead of sending in your 25-cent check to get a copy, which is literally what it required, now you go online. You pay $1 instead of 25 cents, but you're also saving the postage. So now you go online to make your copies. If you need to see the records of your case, if you want to know if there's been an answer filed in your case, all of that information is available through, a normal website and docket that candidly a court should have in 2026. Our filing processes are more efficient. There's still a couple of pieces that we are working through with the provider that will actually give us a little more improvement. We don't have filing or electronic filing of civil cases yet. There was a holdup there, but that's kind of the last major piece. So we definitely have seen the benefits and that, it's important for the judges and it's helpful for the judges, but it's particularly helpful for the clerks in their work that they're much more efficient in spending their time on what they should be spending their time on and not ringing up 25-cent checks.
Well, I'm looking at page C71 and looking at second bullet. I'm kind of confused. How much are you requesting for? Is it 2 positions or 1?
It is one part-time position.
Okay,
Uh,
is this the 70,000?
So what we are anticipating is a position that would work, and I should have clarified this, a position that would work 20 hours a week. Okay, so what we have requested is an amount that is based upon the salary of the starting associate magistrate court judge salary. So not one that has been here for a number of years, but the starting salary at their hourly rate times 20 hours. Now, that's what we're anticipating. The amount in the budget, I believe, would go slightly beyond that. So that if there was some situation, say, God forbid, there's something that happens where one of us has to be out of the office for a period of time, there would be a little bit of cushion there that we could say, hey, new judge, can you come and work a little more this week? But what we anticipate is 20 hours per week.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
All right. Yeah. Thank you all very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
It's for the public, I'm public, not a D law, the Constitution.
And this.
Honorable Commission, Honorable Mayor Pro Tem, Honorable Mayor, I appreciate all the time. I'm Chuck Oslander. I'm the state court judge along with Judge Hope. And I'm here for 2 things. Number one, I want to thank the mayor for 20 years of service on the commission. And as mayor, we've sat in these meetings for 20 years. Prior to my becoming a state court judge, I was a magistrate court judge like Judge Macon, and I sat through every single budget meeting with Mayor Girtz, and I really appreciate it. And I want to update each of you on some of the fruits of what you have done for the courts over the past couple of years. I can't update you on all of them, so I will be brief. But a few years ago, you approved what we called a treatment services administrator, where we consolidated all of the treatment court and treatment services into one unified division in Superior Court. And last year, Laura Welch and the treatment service judges hired Kristen Daniel for that position. She was previously the Treatment and Accountability Court, our mental health court coordinator. She's an LCSW. She worked at Advantage. She is amazing, and she's taken over that position and really provided to us the vision that we gave to you. So along with that, you have provided us some additional space over at 440 College Avenue temporarily while we're waiting on our new judicial center we talked about today. And with that, Kristen and our treatment services now are all co-located in one location with all of their offices being together, having the ability that they're a unified treatment services division. It has moved us so far forward over the last 6 months. I know all of the judges are really ecstatic, but it's actually moved us well beyond just our treatment courts. Her relationships with Advantage have really helped us strengthen our collaboration with them. We've created a brand new court referral system where we're able to quickly get our folks that are in jail who have substance use and mental health disorders appointments with Advantage, get them transportation to Advantage, get them brought to Advantage, have follow-ups, have the reports back to the judges. She's helped with that. She's helped us work on our competency issues. As you know, we can't move forward in criminal cases if a person is not able to understand the proceedings or is not in that ability, and she's really helped us with that. And she has strengthened our relationships with other providers. And so the fruits are really starting to show now. And I want to thank you for your commitment to the treatment services and to giving us this position and to co-locating it all together. Specifically, I just want to mention one other thing, one other fruit of your labors. You've always, ever since I first started coming here, been very supportive of accountability in treatment courts and made sure we have the funding necessary to serve the citizens of our community. And I just want to share that this past February, our DUI treatment court was again selected as a National Accountability or Academy Court, which means it's one of 4 national training courts that courts from all over the country come to Athens, Georgia. They spend the week at the Classic Center in our hotels. They learn about treatment courts, and then they come over to our courthouse, Sometimes they walk up the stairs, sometimes they take the elevator, and they actually come in and observe our courts. And we are the only court in the nation that has been selected as an academy court every single time that has been put in. And so you have one of the best groups of treatment courts in the nation, definitely recognized as the leaders in the state of Georgia. You should be very proud of that. And this is because of the support you have given to this. And there's a lot of communities that don't support the courts like you do. So I appreciate that. I'm here to talk about one thing. Back in 2006, Mayor, you may remember at that time, the commission approved a second state court judge. And it has now been over 20 years. We've only had 2 state court judges. And I'm not here today asking for another state court judge. At that time, we had 2.5 magistrate court judges. There's now 3 magistrate court judges. At that time, we had 3 superior court judges. We now have 4 superior court judges. The reason that I'm not asking you for another state court judge is the way that our courts work together. And one of the reasons we're able to maintain our increased caseload based on the increased population over the past 20 years is the support that state court has from other courts, specifically municipal court, magistrate court, and superior court. And they serve and help us so we can maintain our increased caseload with no additional judges, which is a savings to the county. And I specifically am here today to support Judge Macon. He did not mention how he supports state court, but he significantly, in his office, significantly supports our court. And I'm going to first start just by court support. We have 2 judges, obviously from time to time. Judge Hope or I could have a conference, we could have personal leave, but our court can't stop going with the caseload. And magistrate court is one of the first courts that will volunteer a judge under a judicial assistance, which he talked about, to come and sit in our place. He would never tell you that. He didn't get up here and highlight it. I learned today that he was going to present and not mention state court, so I wanted to come and present and let you know what magistrate court does. He didn't even mention that in his thing. Number 2, search warrant availability. Magistrate courts, as you know, are 24/7 courts. All of us judges really are 24/7, so a police officer could call us 24/7. Back in 2012, based upon requests from our prosecutors and the police departments, our judges made a commitment to our county to be prepared to issue what are called impaired driver search warrants. So when a police get out on the side of the road with an impaired driver and they don't want to take any tests and they want to refuse everything, there has to be a judicial officer that would consider whether or not there could be a blood test or a breath test, and there has to be judge availability. At that time, 7 judges from different courts all agreed that they would become available for that. And so 7 judges, including Judge Haggard, I believe Judge Norris, Judge Macon, we all got together and we agreed to be a part of that. Very quickly, a couple of the judges, not the ones here in the room, but they kind of stepped out of that, and it was left to basically Judge Haggard, myself, and the magistrates to cover impaired driver search warrants. And we ran that program from 2012 to 2019, and there was over 177 times that officers came to see us. Most of those, over 50% of those, occurred after hours. So they're, DUIs don't just happen 8 to 5, they happen at night. Of those 177 cases that we had impaired driver search warrants issued, there was over a 94% conviction rate based upon the fact that police went and sought that. Only 4 of those cases ended up going to a trial, and only a couple more than that ended up going to a motion hearing. What that meant for the courts is, number 1, we were getting the cases disposed of. Number 2, we were saving the police a huge amount of time because they didn't have to come and spend half a day at a motion hearing or an entire day or 2 at a trial. And we were able to resolve cases quicker for the state, and if the case went to Superior Court. In 2019, Judge Macon and Judge Barron decided to take all of those in-house. He didn't mention that to you today. So all of those warrants they committed to do in-house. So they're doing all of those warrants, and that program has continued just with his office with no additional staff. I bring that to you because it is a very important program. Without the magistrates committing to it, we would not have the success we've had. And this would support that. Them having additional magistrates, I think, or an additional half magistrate would be helpful to them. The last piece I want to mention is very specific to Judge Macon. Judge Macon took office in 2012, and as a 24/7 court, There's always a magistrate on call. They work weekends. They go to the jail on weekends. They do warrant out, police are calling them on weekends. These two police officers can tell you. So there's always a judge that is on call or going somewhere on the weekend. So as part of what the magistrate court, the way they structure their schedule is that each of the magistrates get a half of a day off during the week to compensate them for working on the weekends. Well, over the last 13 years, 14 years, Judge Makin's afternoon off has always been Thursday afternoon. So he gets off at noon, so he doesn't work noon to 5. During that time, he has volunteered to be a part of our DUI court treatment team. And we go from 1 to 7 every other Thursday. So instead of getting his afternoon off every other week, he is actually working till 7 o'clock that night in a volunteer role as a assisting judge with me. So first of all, we have over 80 participants in our court. We have to have a second judge. And so our court can run efficiently. Now, he didn't mention that either, but that's time. I added it up for all the different things he does for our court. It's about himself 16 hours a month that he gives to the state court, just to our treatment court. So I'm here today to ask you to consider fully funding his position that he's asking, that the part-time magistrate. It would serve state court well. It'll help us come back in a couple of years, tell you about the fruits of your labor. I don't know if it'll be 20 years, Mayor Girtz, before I have to come back and ask for another state court judge, but it definitely will delay it. I did consult with Judge Lott. Obviously, I wouldn't do any of this without consulting with Judge Lott and with Laura Welch. But if for some reason the commission just is unable to fund this position, and I sure hope you're able to fund it, it is too important. But I would be willing to go into my budget to the extent that I can and find a portion of it necessary to bridge this gap, to help get to that position, even if the commission can't fund it. And the mayor knows how tight my budget is. This is the first year he's actually given me all the very small requests I asked for, but I would be willing to look at my budget and give a portion of it to magistrate. Thank you very much for hearing me. And I didn't actually ask for anything for me this time, Commissioner Thornton, but it does help me indirectly.
Thank you. And you just confirmed how amazing I think Judge Makin
is. I agree with you.
I'm in a lot of other community groups, and I know you have the, and I've been to your graduation. Or do you work with the Homeless Coalition, the homeless population with your program? And is there any data or results? Because I've been in several meetings and I'm always talking about, how are you collaborating with the treatment center? So is there anything, and I may be just asking you something that you may have to get back with us, but I do find that a lot of between the sheriff's office, judicial system, the homeless population, there just seems to be a disconnect. Is that something you can speak to right now, or maybe share some information? I really would like to see more connectivity in areas of the same people that we see going in these revolving doors.
And I'm sure each of the judges that speak today can confirm that a significant portion of their docket lists 240 North Avenue as their address, meaning that there is no address. They don't have an address. And then when we have our inmates that are brought over who can't even post a $20 or $30 amount of bond, we have those with the significant mental health disorders that a very large portion of them do not have houses. And so that's where our treatment services division, and with Kristen Daniel working with Advantage and their homeless outreach, we have John Morris and different folks from that agency coming into our courts. And actually, what is a plan for housing for these folks? I do not have a statistic for you, but I can ask Kristen Daniel to see what kind of statistics. I do know with their grants, they do track how much they come into the courts, and see if we can get you some better data. But yes, I feel like we are doing as good of a job as we can. One of the positions that Kristen Daniel is currently hiring is a case manager to specifically be in the courts for those folks that are in jail and those folks that are unhoused, and to get them connected to resources in the courtroom. So when Judge Haggard or Judge Norris or Judge Lott is there, they can actually have a release plan, whether it's temporary housing or something else.
I really do, and like I said, this has nothing to do with your recommendation or your, your support for Judge Macon, but I think that when we're looking at resources on housing, that I would love to see the courts as one of the advocates when I see these proposals and recommendations from our housing nonprofits. I would love to see more of the judicial system working with our nonprofit housing. Maybe.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you for taking me out of order. I do have court. Actually, we're in treatment court. It's Thursday afternoon, but I am going to stay and watch Chief Judge live. So, head back.
Pre-recorded. Come on out.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, I'm Lisa Lott, for those of you who don't know me. Almost like blinding in the sorry. I am the Chief Judge of the Western Circuit, and I'm from Superior Court. We have Judge Haggard here as well, and Judge Norris. There are 4 of us. I think Judge Stevens is probably playing golf this afternoon. So, I hope that's on the record. So the first thing I'd like to do is just thank you all for several things before I get into just a few comments briefly. I'm not going to rehash everything that Judge Auslander has said and Judge Macon. I certainly want to speak to the item that Judge Macon and Judge Auslander have talked to you about. It's very important for the Superior Court to articulate our needs as well and our support for the judges. But first and foremost, I want to thank you all, first of all, for considering our new courthouse at the meeting we had at 1 o'clock. This is and I certainly want to thank Manager Cowell for your aggressive support and help. And I mean aggressive in a really good way, of course. Manager Cowell has been so attentive to our questions and our needs and our insistence that we be heard, quite frankly, and I really do appreciate it very much. And I really appreciate everybody's attention to the needs of the new courthouse. This is really an exciting day. I'm in the user group, of course, and have seen those slides that you all saw. And the architects that have put that together are absolutely amazing. I'm not very good with spatial things, so often I look at those pictures and I have no idea what I'm looking at. And they are so good at explaining what they've drawn, and what they've drawn is completely consistent with what we've talked about with them. They're really an amazing group of people. And so I really appreciate everyone's interest in the new courthouse, and I'm very excited to move forward. So thank you all for that. Very specifically, I do also want to thank you all for some things that you put in our budget. Thank you very much for funding our DUI drug court language interpreter in $9,600. That is incredibly important, and we appreciate it very much. We also appreciate that you granted us the full-time medical services technician at $54,142. It's a lot of money, but it is so necessary. And I know it's very difficult to fund full-time positions. And we are so grateful that you took that under consideration and put that in your budget. So thank you very much. As the Chief Judge, I just want to mention a few things to the courts in general. For state court, I know that you granted additional funding for our court reporters for $8,300 and for bailiffs in the amount of $3,000. I know Judge Auslander would agree with me how important that request was. As small as that may be for an entire budget, it is incredibly important for the state court. So thank you very much for that. And also, I realize this is your court, the municipal court, but Judge Thompson is absolutely a part of all of us. And I want to thank you all on behalf of municipal court for the additional $5,000 in overtime that you granted in the budget. I know that she is incredibly grateful for that. And we are as well, because I know how hard Judge Thompson works, how hard the entire staff at municipal court works, and how busy they are. And lastly, certainly, I want to thank you for the probate court, a full-time fiduciary clerk at the amount of $85,600. It is an incredible moment for probate court. And they are also incredibly busy and sometimes I think get very overlooked because a lot of people don't know what probate court is or what they do, and they're kind of on the second floor and they're in the back and, and so they don't necessarily get overlooked, but we kind of forget that they're there to some degree. And they are so busy and they are so important. And I know that Judge Schaefer and Judge Huff are incredibly grateful for that. So thank you all very much for all of those things. With regard to what Judge Oslander just spoke about, the support that he has for Judge Macon and the Magistrate Court, I just want to emphasize that the Western Circuit has always been, I think, a very unusual judicial circuit. We are all friends. We are all supportive colleagues, and we always have been. It has always been that way in our district. It is not that way in other districts. It surprises me when I go to other districts, but Fulton County, they fight all the time. They don't like each other. And that is not unusual in some other counties. It's incredibly unfortunate, but we have never had that problem here. And so it is very normal for us to support each other. It is certainly, we take care of each other. And so I appreciate Judge Oslander speaking on behalf of Judge Macon. I'm here to speak on behalf of Judge Macon's request as well. I also want to just mention this one thing I come back to all the time. It just makes me smile. In Clarke County, we have 7 men and 7 women on the bench for the first time. And I think that is a beautiful number that reflects our community and who we are. But in any event, with regard to the request for a part-time position in Magistrate Court, I'm not going to go over everything that Judge Macon and Judge Oslander have talked about, but I certainly support everything they have said. This position is really necessary for many reasons. It is necessary, in addition to what they've all talked about, not just to explain to you all how busy we are, but it is certainly, we all are busy, but this position will certainly help alleviate some of the moments when the Magistrate Court, Superior Court, State Court cannot get to things. I can't tell you how many times I'll come out of court and I'll have 3 officers waiting outside my office asking for a search warrant. And they're at my office because Magistrate Court is incredibly busy and they can't wait. And the other Superior Court judges are either in Oconee County or in the middle of a trial, and they need something to be heard right away. I give you that example to let you know that things are in constant movement at the courthouse. The necessity for all hands on deck is ever present. And an additional part-time Magistrate Court judge would help alleviate some of that. One of the things that is incredibly important to me as a Superior Court judge in the possibility that a Magistrate Court judge could hear our TPOs or ex partes is that it eliminates a conflict of interest for Superior Court. So for example, if someone comes in for an ex parte and Judge Haggard hears it, he's probably going to get the actual case, which has to be scheduled within 30 days. And it is difficult for a Superior Court judge, and sometimes a conflict, for a Superior Court judge to already know what the facts are in a case, to already have heard from one side only, and then have to hear actually the entire hearing. It's a problem. And in the best world scenario, for due process, for protection of all parties, for essential fairness, it would be best to have one judge hear the ex parte and the Superior Court hear the full TPO hearing that has to occur within 30 days. That is best practices. And that is one thing that is very difficult for Superior Court to balance, is when you walk into a TPO hearing, again, that has to be scheduled within 30 days and you already know what the allegations are only from one side. And our job is to be as impartial as possible and obviously to be as fair as possible. And that sometimes can be a conflict for us. And so for that reason, I think an additional part-time magistrate judge would be incredibly helpful to all of us in maintaining a sense of justice and due process. With regard to Mr. Yellow who can speak to this, of course, and Judge Macon's conversation about having Magistrate Court do some pleas. I am in full support of that moment. The idea to become more efficient and move cases along as fast as possible when it can be done is an incredible moment for all of us. And it really speaks to efficiency, and it speaks to just a very well-run judicial center. And so for that reason, I certainly ask that you consider funding a part-time magistrate court position. I will echo what Judge Oslander has also said, and that if it is difficult for all of you to consider finding that money for that position, the Superior Court is certainly ready and willing to try to find in our budget a way that we can maybe move some funds to help with that. It's that important for all of us. We are a very frugal court, and we don't sort of throw money around in any event, but certainly we would look at our budget and see what we can do. And Judge Norris is raising his hand. Yes, sir.
Just wanted to point something out. I was a magistrate judge for 11 years, so I'm familiar with the 24/7 requirements, and even now as Superior Court judge, being on call essentially 24/7. What's really also, I think, plays into this, in the last year, the nature of cases that we have that are going to trial, especially criminal cases, we're getting a lot of heavy hitter cases. And typically I would think a trial, I mean, usually I do 10 to 11 criminal jury trials a year, plus 3 to 4 civil trials a year. That's just in Clarke County, not Oconee County. But we've started having multiple week trials. I can tell you in October of last year, I did a 2-week criminal trial. November, a 2-week criminal trial. December, a 3-week murder trial. January, criminal trial for a week. February, a 2.5 week criminal trial. And I just finished a 4-week murder trial on Friday while taking care of what was going to be another criminal trial week this week. They all got resolved. I live out on a farm. My goats got killed by coyotes yesterday, so I'm kind of trimmed down because I'm going to go deal with that. I know it was kind of bad, but anyway, I had a day off, but I wanted to come to tell you that it's not that we are trying to push something off by any means, because we will be the ones that will hear the actual hearing that will have both parties present, and the issues about conflicts of interest and timing. But the tough part is, in this 4-week trial, having someone come in and say, I'll get to you in 5 or 6 hours because the trial is the thing that I have to deal with, is somewhat unfair. And I would love to have them do that, but stepping off the bench to go take 20 or 30 minutes on a very difficult case affects a lot of things in that chain. And it's not just myself. Judge Lott had a 3-week trial. I know Judge Haggard's had at least a 3-week, 4-week trial. Judge Stevens just got out of a 3 or 4 week trial not long ago. And that is a trend that we're seeing coming down the pipeline. And so we're trying to get ahead of the curve to still provide that support and service, and do all work very closely together. And so I'd just like you to take that into consideration too, is that we're trying to serve a lot of people. So with that in mind, I just wanted to add that little flavor of salt.
Well said, well said. You reminded me, I wanted to address something. Commissioner Link, you mentioned, or you had a question earlier about whether people had to wait a day or two for a TPO. The answer to that is no. If somebody comes in for a TPO, they're seeking the emergency protection of the court, and they are always heard, always. They can choose to leave and come back the next day if they don't want to wait, certainly. But we never say, oh, come back Thursday or Friday or anything of that nature. I certainly want to make that clear. So anyway, I hope that answers your question a little bit. Well, I think that's basically, oh, I do want to say one other thing. And then if anybody has any questions, certainly I'll answer them. I don't want to go over my time. With regard to the courthouse, I know you all are aware that we have asked for funding for the courthouse to fix certain things over the past 2 years, and it's been kind of constant. And I just want to thank you in public for the support of our current courthouse and the things that we've needed to do to make it a much better place to work. The improvements at the courthouse have really been outstanding. It certainly has been difficult, as you all know, to get the elevators working and things of that nature. It's a really old building, but the improvements that we have been a part of, that we've asked for, that we have seen are really remarkable. And I hope you all can come down to the courthouse and take a look at it. We're still working on things, but there's new paint, of course, there's new carpeting, the AV system is amazing. The bathrooms, the public bathrooms are amazing. The elevators are still in flux, but if you get in them, they're actually pretty amazing to get inside the elevators. And we know it's a lot. We know it's necessary. And I don't want you to feel we're taking any of that for granted. We really do appreciate your support of our courthouse. And again, it really, the outside has been power washed. I don't know if anybody has seen the outside or walked through that courtyard. I mean, it's really great. And so it has lifted the spirits of the people that work there. It really, really has. And their spirits were down for quite a while, I have to say. So for that, I thank you all very much. And if anybody has questions about anything I've addressed, certainly I'm happy to hear them. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Sheriff Department.
Good to see.
Okay.
All right, we ready? I'm gonna start off best. Thank you for your time. Pleasure to be here, be able to talk amongst you again. I'm really not gonna ask something. I'm just gonna throw in my support for all those judges. No, back that up. But I do want to say thank you to the judges, because if it's one thing that I think in the last year has definitely shown Clarke County as a whole, when our backs are against the wall, we can find a way to band together and to work it out. I think all the improvements at the courthouse still a work in progress, thanks to decisions that you all made. We are well on the way towards getting that building to where it needs to be. And also, just depending on what y'all saw earlier, the new Judicial Center, every bit the spectacle that it should be for counties with the attitude of this county that we have. So thank you all for that. Again, it's an honor to be here. I want to start off this way because I did bring some folks with me. So I'm Sheriff John Q. Williams. Anybody that doesn't know, now you know. I brought Valencia Stanley. She's the person who has day-to-day oversight over our budget, trying to make sure that we follow everything that we need to follow and find ways to get things done as far as that. I've got all but one of my command staff is here. Well, no, two of them. So if y'all don't mind standing up, I got Captain Waylon Rucker. He's over the Field Services Division. I got Captain Patricia Jensen. She is in charge of our recruiting and training units. I've got Chief Deputy Torin Jackson, who is our jail commander. And I've got Undersheriff Chief Antoine Leverett, who's my right hand, who does everything that I can do and some things I just don't want to do. But it's important that I acknowledge them while they're here, because they do so much of the stuff that one sheriff, just like the judges, 24/7. But the only reason I have time to breathe is because I do have a good team that's with me. All right, so another thank you, because we're in some of the position that we are today because of decisions that y'all have made in the last year. So not just as far as the courthouse goes, agreeing to get our salaries on par with the rest of folks has really helped us. Last year at this time, we were over 50 positions down in less than a year's time. Now we're down to about 30 slots that we still need to fill. Again, it's a progress, but in any other industry, when you're that far behind, it's hard to get to make up 20 slots in a year. That's some real work that we put in. So, you know, our recruiting team, they've done their job too. That money has made a big difference. Some of the things I'm gonna talk about, we'll go right back to that as well. Some of the things I want to talk about are going to sound a little bit more negative, but I just want to make sure while we have this chance that you all have a chance to ask questions and fully understand some of the day-to-day factors with being a sheriff and just running things that constitutionally I am bound to do. And sometimes I think we come together when there is a specific problem. So it's good to have seen some adjustments in the budget and that the mayor actually wanted to try to help us get to where we need to be. And I have to give the mayor a big thanks because as a result of the adjustments to salaries for 6 months out of the last year, I've been the third highest paid person in the sheriff's office. I had both of my chief deputies were making more money than I was because of the adjustments. I brought that attention to, of course, incoming manager Bob and the mayor, and they did their research. And Mayor Girtz, thank you for doing that research and coming up with what other counties were doing in situations like that. And I understand there is an adjustment in there to address that pay for myself. So I'm not as altruistic as I could be. Making more money is going to make that 24/7 a little bit better for me, but I did want to give that personal thanks for that consideration. The other things that we have, I think you all know, there's unintended consequences. I don't like the word consequences all the time, but in this situation it does, because while the police department is fully staffed, and I love the police department, I started at UGA, then I went to there. So I got all kinds of love for the police department and the work they do. I've seen it, I've been a part of it, and I have a good relationship with Chief Salter still, so we talk all the time. But with them being full staff, arrests are up. They have, I'm not gonna say free time, they have more time to do more things to try to keep the community safe. And the more people they arrest, the more we have in jail. So we've gone from having 350 to 450 people average in the jail on a day-to-day basis to having 450 to 500. That is why the costs are never going to go down working for the sheriff's department and working with the sheriff's budget. So I do thank you for the adjustments that we've had. It's kind of a drop in the bucket, but we'll take it and we'll run with it. But this is my chance to kind of just get before you and let you know there are going to continue to be asks. I'm thankful for what we have, but I just want y'all to understand plainly why we're going to be asking for more. And there are some things I'm going to focus mainly on the jail itself, because those jail costs keep skyrocketing. The more people we have, you go up 100 people, the average daily population, that increases the medical costs. That increases the food costs. That increases, because what you all got to acknowledge, I think you're very conscious people. You talk about the homeless situation, the unhoused population, the mental health population. Well, as unfortunately throughout the nation and definitely in this state, the jail is where we put people who have mental health problems, where we put people who are unhoused, who have trauma in their past. That's where they end up in jail. And sometimes it's just that, well, you know, we don't know what else to do with them, or they're safer there. We'll have people in jail who are there, not even necessarily because they've committed a crime, but because there's an order for them to go to a mental health facility, and DBHDD has short staff and they don't have enough beds. And we've had literally people who have been in jail for a year or two just waiting to go get that evaluation. As a result, you know, the folks we deal with are not the healthiest folks. Many people come to jail. They're underprivileged. This is what the narrative is out. This is the fact. We don't get, I might get torched for just saying these names, but we don't get the Donald Trumps, we don't get the Elon Musks in our jail. It's the people who are so far from that end of the spectrum that a lot of times they don't have healthcare coverage. They don't know what's physically or mentally wrong with them, and then they end up in jail. And as a sheriff, we have to take care of people. And my folks do a great job with what we have. But we do need more. This budget is good, but we do need more, and we're going to be asking for more. More in terms of what? When the jail was rebuilt and remodeled in 2016, the operating system literally was Windows 7. Anybody still got Windows 7 on any of their computers or phones now? But the jail does. And we have repeated problems with failures. We have to reboot things constantly. The sliders in the jail are on that. The cameras in the jail are on that system. And being short-staffed, that's just that other thing that just works negatively against us all the time. At some point, we're going to have a critical failure in that jail, and we are not going to be able to use those computers to open and close doors, to monitor cameras. When we have incidents in the jail, we will not have recordings of them. So we need to circle back around to funding upgrades at the jail. I don't think that we need, I'm not arguing that we need a new jail, but we need to get beyond what was built and put in place in 2016. 10 years later is beyond time. I think this is cyclical anyway, but we were behind the times when that was put in place in 2016. So there may be, in the near future, I need to circle back around to this after this budget goes into effect. Some of the things that we do, we work with the judges all the time to try to reduce the population in the jail. We've had conversations. We call Judge Oslander all the time. We call Judge Norris because we have people in jail. What you don't get an email and don't know about every day is things like what happened 2 days ago. We got a call, well, we got an email and several calls from a doctor. We had a lady who was just brought to jail, arrested on the 11th. And on the 13th, there's a doctor call and say, hey, she needs to have heart surgery. Magically, this problem became urgent when she got sent to jail. And this is not like a one-time thing. It happens all the time. People are in jail. So now it's like, oh, I can get this taken care of. And where does that budget come from? It comes from the money that the citizens of this county have to pay. So anytime we can mitigate that, when we can reduce the numbers in the jail, we can get people out of jail that don't need to be there, whether it's for mental health reasons or health reasons, we try to do that. We try to get beyond those. Constitutionally, we have to take care of people. It's not, it says shall. It doesn't say you may, you might, you can. It says that you shall. And when those bills come due, they come due. Typically, our medical budget, we've burned through that by December, and we're just pulling Robert from Peter to pay Paul consistently. And that's not something that I can just shift money around because the money is there for that. And when it's out, it's out. Can I just not pay people? No, can't do it. Can I just not feed people? No, can't do it. So we're going to have to circle back around to some of these hard discussions and put more money into that jail specifically. So I wanted to leave some time so y'all can ask questions about those things. And some of these things come back to when we've had deaths at the jail. I don't believe that any of them can be tied back. The GBI investigations don't show that it's because we're short-staffed, but there are some things that we could find out sooner. We can have quicker responses to if we do have increased staff and we're there. When the jail was built in 2016, they went to a direct supervision model. If you don't know, I think many of you have actually toured the jail. That model requires that you have 2 of our staff in each unit. And the more units we have open, the more people that we have. Right now, on most days, we have 8 units that are in operation, and we have 3 people who can work those units. So one at a time, hopping from place to place. The jail, when it was rebuilt in 2016, they should have asked for more staff then. The last 2 years, I've asked for more staff. We haven't got there. I understand. Where's the money gonna come from? I have to ask. Closed mouth don't get fed. So I'm asking again, if any specific ask I am, find a way that we can circle back around. We're not full staff now, but we're trending in that direction. And even if we get these 30 spots filled, I know this year it's not gonna happen. But if we get those 30 slots filled, we still don't have enough people approved to work the jail the way it needs to be. We probably need at least 25 more people, 10 detention officers, another 15, and that will help us. But then with the new judicial center, when that comes, maybe we need more people. I just need to have that stay on your minds as commissioners. And I'm saying it now because hopefully some of y'all will still be in there for the next budget and the budget after that. And I don't want to have to start this conversation all over and talk to new people. So those are kind of the things I just wanted to hit. If y'all have questions, I would love to take this time to kind of answer some of those. If not, then I will make the most of my 20 minutes of time and I'll circle back around.
Sheriff, on your software, the jail enforcement and the jail policy software, what would that replace now that you got in place? I mean, talk a little bit about that.
So that's the jail software, or so that we have one as far as the operating system, which controls the panels and stuff. That's one different thing.
Is that the enforcement software?
The enforcement.
It says, Lex Paul.
Okay, so the Lexapol, that's actually for, and we need that, but that's more so our policies are outdated and sometimes not with best practices, and the way they're written, just a little bit antiquated. So that ask was actually to have an outside source come in and actually redo our policies with us.
So you mentioned, I know one time you had mentioned about how the locks and stuff work.
So that's a separate.
Okay, it's not, but I don't see it. That's what I'm asking.
That's under jail management. Jail maintenance and management.
Security system.
Yeah, that's a security system itself.
Last one.
25,000.
Oh, 25,000?
25,000?
No, that should be way more than that. Jail modernization is $1,974,000. That's what we asked for in the. Okay, so wait a minute. So was that capital project?
This is what we have in our book.
Okay.
We're just trying to match up what you're saying.
Okay, so.
This is still have the same issue that's for the.
Okay, yes. So, yeah, so that ask was under capital projects.
Oh, okay.
So that was not addressed.
Okay. Okay.
Because of the amount, it had to be in capital projects to, again, that's almost $2 million. It wasn't gonna go in the budget.
Yeah, and if I may on that piece, so what's included on that list of general fund capital items is $400,000 that would be dedicated to that effort. So less than what was requested, but that's the number right now.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. No, good question. I'm clear now. I'm good. Any other questions?
So let me make sure I understand. You said for something about.
400,000 right now is what's in the general fund capital that's recommended.
And how, and for you guys, right?
For that project.
That's for that project. Yeah. And then there's another project in there that's tied with the laundry services, which is 165.
Yes.
Those are the two. I believe those are the
Yeah,
two.
so from capital funds, I think it's a little over 600,000 towards those.
And so what would that be? You got it total?
For the jail security upgrades,
Is that?
Yeah, that one, I need to
all that would be about $2 million.
Can you talk about that?
Yes.
Okay, I got it now.
That's in the sheriff facilities lifecycle program, is that what you're saying? Back in the capital?
No, it's not. That's just in the capital, for the jail. And I think they kind of combined a lot of the things we asked into.
Yeah, we have it listed as modernization of security systems. That's the item.
Yes.
So on your PDF, that's page 234.
Okay, thank you.
About, we categorize that in, if, we want to, how do we?
What would be, so what we've provided you all is, you remember that $7.5 million that we had said, we would recommend this amount of fund, fund capital. So that's in the list of items that are in there. Right now, it's just one of those items that are in there. So if there was a desire to do something different, you would look at that list.
Okay.
And listens. Now, we'll also say, Sheriff, as we talked about this, you know, it is certainly my belief that this ultimately, resolution of this is going to be a multi-year process.
Yes.
So I wouldn't want anyone to leave thinking, oh, $400,000 to take care of it. It does not. It's something.
No, and that's where I was talking about.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions for the sheriff? Wait,
I guess on that list then, you're not highlighting anything else on that list. You're highlighting other things.
Yes. Yes,
And
ma'am.
they're all on which page was that, Kelly?
Well, if you want to look at general fund capital, that list begins on 182 on the PDF. The detail is in the pages.
You don't have the pay, I have it, that, it doesn't. say-
Yeah, I'll tell you like it's
see what,
D,
oh, D.
sorry,
Three.
D3.
D3.
Thank you. D3, I need that kind of look. D3.
You don't have,
Question, Sheriff. When it comes to the medical budget, is it the total that you requested for the FY 27 year, 112, right?
As an increase, yes.
350 was approved or recommended for approval, 262 is not. So tell me do you happen to know what the last year, end of year expenditure total was? And it is my understanding that there's a contract in place. What is the contract amount that they are requesting for reimbursement for their services, the medical services company?
For the medical service, so
Like they would have a contract in place and that.
what we have a contract in place, and when we go above a certain threshold, the amount of the contract increases. So the contract is for up to 450,000. I think my chief may understand.
Our negotiated contract is for 450 inmates to that annual daily population. Right now, we haven't been at 450, and I know 9 or 10 months.
So because of the additional 100 inmates on average,
Yeah.
that's increasing that cost.
Yes.
Thank you.
So there's a flat fee and then additional fees that come on based on the service that are actually needed during that time. So anytime we go over the 450 for more than 90 days, that triggers the penalties on there.
Commissioner,
Last year it was 4.7. So then, that 450, that's inmates, right? Is that?
Yes, that's jail resident.
Okay, so then when you gave us that example about the inmate that needed heart surgery, did we pick up that?
Yes.
Is it covered by insurance? Like,
So there's a portion of the insurance they cover up to a certain amount, but anything after that, we actually have to pay back risk. So we just wrote back some checks to risk last month for overages that we got to.
safety and risk?
Yeah, safety and risk, because they control the insurance. So once we go back past that threshold, we have to reimburse them.
And we've passed that threshold, so right now, every month, we pay risk about $60,000. In addition to our regular month.
Do you have an internal control account line item for risk, or this just separate as an expenditure?
Yeah,
Separate.
that's it.
So that really could put a dent in the whole budget.
Yes.
Yes, consistently. Anytime we have somebody that stays in the hospital, it's more on that. So we have those bills, and then we also have to staff somebody, so it's overtime potentially too. So it dips from multiple buckets anytime we have extra medical service.
And I know people go to jail and they get 18 fees.
Yeah, oh, yeah. He said, people come, they didn't know they had blood pressure issues and there's certain medications, HIV meds, mental health meds. Those are some of the most expensive things that you have on the planet right now.
Anything else that you want to share that we didn't ask? Or is it?
No, again, and so what I want y'all to know is not all gloom and doom, but we do what we can to the best of our ability. But we do, we need some help and consideration when it comes to it. It's not just us being frivolous when we ask for things. These are things that we actually see the trends. We're trying to get ahead, and we don't want to be that entity that's saying, "Oh, y'all go over budget every year." I'm like, we kind of underfunded every year. With all respects, but that's what it comes down to. These things they go up every year. Y'all, hey, I got a house too. My property taxes go up every year. My water bill, my electric bill, they all go up. They never go down, so I can't cut that budget in. Yes, sir.
Right, so what you were saying, you have increased costs because we don't have the right number of staff because you go over 450. Is that?
No, we don't have the number of jail residents, people were housed there, when it goes up 450.
It goes over 450.
Yes.
All right,
Yeah.
so in your operating budget increase, does it include like what you requested? Does it include the being over 450?
Yes.
So that's included in it?
Yes, our ask. Now, we don't know how much we're gonna go over, so we can only guess by the trends how much that is. So that's where our estimates come from.
And then is there a ratio, like, that they use number of staff versus there a number that where you're supposed to be? Or where you like, I mean, it's like a norm or whatever, where everybody's supposed to be?
Yeah.
What is that?
So it's not that per residence, is that for the number of units that we have open. So for each unit we have open, we would need to have 2 people to man those units. And then we also have the, we're counting records clerks, control room operators, all those things, because you have to have all of those positions filled. So essentially we have 12 units that we can have. So we should have 24 people assigned to the jail, but that's also in addition to having 2 people working the control room tower. That's the people that watch the cameras and open the doors. And then that doesn't include people that work medical. Hopefully would need 30 people per shift would be a number. So we have 4 shifts at the jail. We would need 30 people on each shift. So it's 30, 60, 90, 120 total to operate at peak levels.
And that's not support staff, is it? Or that is support staff?
That's deputies and detention officers.
So it says, you had 195, you requested, or your budget was for 195 full-time people for 2026. You said you're 30 down right now?
Yes.
All right, so that's 165. So that, but you were given the funding for the 195. Is that correct?
Yes.
So where does that leftover money go? Does that go to fund balance or does that stay in his budget?
It comes back into into the overall budget. However, we also cover, I believe, with the overtime pieces comes out of that piece back into the budget. So there's room for him to move some things within his budget, obviously. The salary piece is, as I understand, is not one of those components.
So to answer that, up to 2 years ago, there was this thing called salary savings, and the sheriff's office was able to come in at or below budget every year because we had salary savings. But we no longer have that. So even though we're 30 down, that money is actually not counted in our budget until we go over that amount. So if we do go over, we can ask for some of that back, but we don't always get all of it. So honestly, the only way that we didn't go over my first year or 2 in office is because we did have that money to just shift around. Not having that.
Yeah, and that is in a different way, but it's consistent with how all of the departments are managed, regardless of where. And the sheriff has a little more flexibility in the rest of his budget than perhaps some of the others do. But in terms of salary, it's handled in that same fashion with all of the departments.
Yeah, I would argue that if we had the salary savings back, then we would probably need to move less and we could pay some of these things without coming back at the end of the year being over budget.
Yeah, just looking at some of these numbers and on the, and this is on C 106, like the performance measures here. And so when it says total staff, it says 198. Is that positions or is that how many people you have?
That's total positions.
Total, so that means with 30, that you have 168, I guess, if there's 30 empty positions.
Yeah, I have to look at, yeah.
Okay, but, well, one positive thing here on the line below that is that the use of force incidents, and maybe that's because you have more people on staff or maybe not, but this is the lowest it's been in this, record of years, which is great. I mean, it's fine, so that's wonderful to see. But Dan, but you have there's 585 is your average daily inmate population, right?
That's year, yes.
For this year. So have you, in terms of the health, the contract, you have 50, is there if you up it to, are we upping it to or whatever?
Right now, we're not because we're open. We do work with the judges. We're trying to do so, whenever we can, we work with local folks to try to get people bonded out. We try to get people shifted around. But one reason for the decrease in the incidents and uses of force is the programs that we have. And I know you came to one graduation.
Yeah.
Those things, people really like those things. They want to be a part. So we've seen a reduction in incidents in the jail because people don't want to lose those privileges. They don't want to be kicked out of those programs. So that's.
Yeah, those are some great programs. I mean, they're very impressive programs. Have you all, I've had people ask me in the community, and I know it's logistics, but I'm going to ask you about it anyway. There's no in-person visitation. With more staffing, is there a possibility of getting some in-person visitation?
So the long and short answer to that is no. The jail was not built in such a way that there would be in-person visitation. When it was remodeled, there was an area built at the front of the jail and they called it in-person visitation, but what it is video screens.
Right.
And you would come in and there's a kiosk, you talking to those screens, your loved one is in the back on their own screen. So there was never face-to-face since 2016 at the.
That's what I thought. I've told people, but that's the way. So even if one wanted to do that, like the will of whatever, it would require renovation of lots of spaces in addition to having the staff.
Renovation and staff.
That was a question that could have been brought up and challenged back in when and the same for outdoor space as well. I mean, that was part of the.
So, and we've upgraded outdoor space to some extent. Some of our units actually have basketball hoops that we put up. In fact, our reentry unit has recently gone into gardens, built garden boxes, and they're growing fruits and vegetables and flowers.
What actually happened? Did the commission change the policy on salary savings? Is that what, because I don't remember that.
I do, because that's the first thing I brought up when I got elected about salary savings. The former manager did not care for that, from what I can remember. But again, that may be another topic for us in the future. But it's something that I always did when I worked at UJ. We always use salary savings to help us. Sometimes good gaps, but whatever our government, that's not the case now, and I'll let our
Yeah, I think you almost always account for some amount of your positions to be vacant. So even though they're on the books and available to be filled, if that happens to be the case, you're not in effect holding money for those because you're using those monies for other purposes. So that's fair. In other places we'll do it differently. Some places will leave a percentage of the positions vacant. We do kind of a point in time where we say whatever vacant positions are at this point, we won't fill those. Then we come back in and actually say, but some of those will be filled and we add a dollar value to it. And that's across the entire organization of that, just talking about the sheriff's department.
Well, I hope we look at that to see what we can do with that. It may help us at budget seasons, budget time.
It'll actually work in the opposite direction. So
Okay.
what would happen is if we don't account for those savings, it actually reduces the amount of funding you have available to actually spend because you're actually committing to those positions that we otherwise believe will remain vacant throughout the year. That's part of why we're going through the exercise also of eliminating long-term vacant positions because truthfully, you're not funding them. And if they're not being filled, they're probably needing to be, not that they're not needed, they need to be removed from the books, basically.
Well, I guess my thought is being able to have, if you get mid-year, these positions are filled. Being able to make a line item budget change for something that you need right then, being able to do that, I think would be helpful.
I think in many instances, the challenge is there's no money there in those.
Oh, it's just in paper. Oh, you didn't have it in person?
I mean, not all of, not all those vacant positions fall into that.
Okay,
Some
but okay.
it's in our departments, and others are not. I think in the, Tim, you have to help me, in the sheriffs, do we fully fund those or are those in that same calculation that we?
In the same calculation.
Okay.
So we take fill positions only plus a buffer in case they fill some of those positions.
Yeah, okay.
And Tim, just to kind of dive in, kind of another layer, what's that buffer mean? Like, say if you've got an allocation of $80,000 for a position, how much is represented by the buffer?
It's, I guess we look at how many, the percentage of positions that are filled and, you know, if it's 80% filled, we'll make that 84%. That's what we do for public safety, give them an extra 4% to give them a little bit of buffer.
And the reality is what happens is as the departments wrestle with exactly what you're describing, which is they're going over in some areas, they're moving monies around within the area. And then to the sheriff's point, at some point you run out of money you can move around. And so you have to come and ask for a budget amendment basically to actually have money to cover those overages, which I think in the sheriff's department is average somewhere around $400,000 or so per year over the last several years.
I just want to point out, they don't have to ask if it's personnel related.
Correct.
That gets allocated automatically.
Yeah, not personal, so I'm thinking of the other aspect, yes.
But I do want to acknowledge, and we don't talk about it, the efforts you did, or the sheriff's department has done with teaching inmates how to build tiny homes. And again, I would like to see things connect. If housing is one of our issues and you're teaching, is it just females or?
Right now it's a female, yes.
How to build tiny homes. And I do think that when we're moving forward to all the new zoning things and things that we can do, ADUs or whatever, that I think we should use support resources that actually belong to Athens-Clarke County.
Yes.
And I don't see that enough. I don't know how to make that happen, but I know I've been there and I do think it's a worthwhile endeavor. I've never seen anything in your budget for that, so I keep your secret to yourself. I do want to be publicly recognized that you have some tools in your toolbox that really benefits the community plus inmates.
Commissioner Thorne, thank you for that. And I don't want to go all around, but there's a model to look at. Right now, they're doing it for a different reason. But if you look at Augusta, they actually have a tiny home village. Right now, it's been built, and who they are putting in that are people who are in the foster care system that age out. So basically they bring them out, they give them a place to stay. There's a community center there. So there's this whole support network. And I don't see why we couldn't do that for some of our folks who are unhoused, and just a similar model, just with a difference. Now, you got to have the space, you got to be able to have that, but we could essentially build a few tiny houses each year to get that up if we had the land. So I think that would be a good model. The zoning right to get that, absolutely, we'd be on board and we try to make it happen.
I strongly always believe if there is a will, there's a way.
Absolutely.
And I question our will sometimes.
Other questions from the sheriff? Sheriff Williams, thank you very much.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
I was asked all the time though. I did bring it again.
You didn't have to use it though, did you?
I use it every day. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, can we go, yeah, we'll do a quick, 7-minute break.
Appreciate it. All right, Frank.
That's probably more than, I'm like, I.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Now, tax admission, May, and thank you for coming before us today, and the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Thank you all for letting me present a little bit to you today. First off, I do want to thank Mr. Cowell, Mayor Girtz, for including several items in from my budget request in the recommended budget. Our operations budget in the tax commissioner's office has been relatively flat for the past 10 years. This year, I now knew enough to ask for the things that we need, and unfortunately, it hit in a year when we don't have a lot of growth in the digest. So thank you for the items that you're able to include. I'm here today to ask for 3 other items. First one is something that we spoke about last year at this time, and you were able to grant that, was to convert the last 2 part-time positions that we have in the tag office to 1 full-time position. The number that I've got for that 17,277 in benefits, I have 2 full-time authorized, part-time authorized positions in the budget. The full amount of those salaries is not in my line item. So when budget did some corrections on that, the amount that I have and the difference between the two is about 33,652. So that does change a little bit depending on which way you look at it. If I were to fill those 2 part-time positions at the beginning of the year, that full salary would get added to that line item from the other compensation. So that is the first one. And just to refresh your memory a little bit, the part-time, to put a person in the motor vehicle office part-time is just difficult because it is such a complex position that requires a lot of knowledge, a lot of regular repetition and doing things. Once we were able to fill that full-time position that was granted last year, it was about October 2025. That person has been working full-time in our office since then. She's been fantastic. It has helped. We had a short period between July and October when the person who became full-time was working about 32 hours a week, almost full-time, fully staffed. And the difference just with that one position and what the wait times look like and how it affects us when we have an unexpected absence, illness, or somebody needs to be out for training or anything like that, it's very noticeable when I now have that position empty. We also just had a person out on maternity leave for 3 months. We pick up the slack, but that extra position is really important to us to be able to kind of roll with the different things that are happening and still maintain our service levels for our customers. If we combine these 2 last part-time positions to a full-time, it's going to make it much easier for me to recruit and train somebody and keep them. I am very lucky to have very, very little turnover in my entire department, and this position I hope would be no different once filled. So that is the bulk of that position. And just some things about the tag office and why it's important. I've seen several of you out there in the past few months. So you've been able to see some of the changes in person that have been made and received some very nice compliments, which I very much appreciate. I always make sure to share with the staff. Doing the tag office motor vehicle registrar positions work. It can look really simple, but many of our transactions involve out of the ordinary situations, multiple owners, vehicles that were inherited may or may not have the proper chain of inheritance for us to follow that we have to research. There's financing liens. Sometimes the finance company has gone bust and now we're trying to do a lien release, but we can't get it from the company. Out-of-state titles are always very fun because every state does it a little bit differently. And our goal is to process every transaction correctly the first time because we are operating as an agent of the state of Georgia and we have stricter legal requirements to follow. Motor vehicle laws are also changing all the time. I just came from the tax commissioner conference, our annual conference this week. We had a whole 2-hour session on just motor vehicle law changes that are coming up for this year. So we have to keep up on all of that. the combination of just the high customer volume, the legal complexity and the constantly changing rules make it challenging, but it makes training, daily audits, attention to detail very important. And that having this extra position will really help us keep maintaining these service levels that we have been striving towards. Just a couple of facts about the tag office, if you're not aware. We'll serve about 60,000 people in person and about 22,000 over the phone this year alone. That is not even including all of the mail-in renewals that we process. That can be anywhere from 200 to 250 to 400 a week. That have people, when you renew online, we get that the next morning. We print out the actual registration with the decal and put it out in the mail. So we are one of the busier, if not the busiest, public-facing customer service operations. Couple of things I've been able to do since we spoke last year was to update some of the policies to better align with Georgia Department of Driver Services. There was some conflict between when address changes are required between DOR and DDS, but that reduces return visits for residents coming in. They don't have to run up to the driver's license office first, and they come back. We added tag renewal kiosks at the Trail Creek Kroger, which has been getting a lot more use lately. That reduces some in-office visits, but we still have a high amount of traffic. We also participate in the statewide network, so people can use any kiosk in the state, including the one at the Uxbridge Kroger. We added tap to pay credit card readers last year to improve customer convenience. A lot of people were asking for it. It also improves payment security. That was done at no cost to our office. That is picked up by our payment processor. We added language line translation services, which is something that in the mayor's recommended budget is going to be continued to be funded this year. And that has been fantastic. We serve 60 to 80 people a month in languages other than English. And it's simple. We have a handset at the desk that the clerk can hand to the customer. They point to a sheet with what language they need. We call in, we get a translator on the phone. We can do a real-time conversation. It is accurate and much quicker than us trying to struggle through using a Google Translate and that sort of thing, which is what they were doing before. And I think the thing I'm proudest of is last year I replaced the standing line with lobby seating and a take a number system. And that really changed the customer's attitude. Nobody wants to stand in line for any amount of time, never mind if it's a 45-minute wait. And I'd see seniors and people with children and all of that. And of course, by the time you get to the counter, you're not going to be very happy to start with, which makes it an unpleasant experience for both the customer and the clerk. So that changed everything. And I was able to do that for a one-time cost. There are a lot of systems out there that have hefty monthly subscription fees. This was $7,500 and that was it. And I feel like it's the best taxpayer dollars I may spend my entire term as taxation. So it really was the biggest impact on everything. So we just want to make things faster, easier, and more accessible while maintaining our compliance and security. The other item I've got on there for the tag office was a one-time over limit request for our repairs and maintenance, building repairs and maintenance budget. That was for $23,300. We have $1,700 that is allocated yearly. We have a number of things that I feel need to be addressed. One of them is painting the public facing areas at least. We've been on the facilities paint crew list for about a year now. Other projects have come up like painting the courthouse, which I agree is important, and those improvements have been fantastic. But especially painting the public areas like the lobby, it's really hard to do that during the day, which is when facilities and their inmate paint crew are able to work. So I'd like to be able to have a contractor come in over the weekend, redo all of that, brighten up that space again. It's been a number of years since it was painted. It's looking kind of dingy. People see that when they come in and they start to kind of wonder, where are my tax dollars going if it looks like this? So we do have a sign out front. It's got a nice brick planter stand. It has been hit 2 or 3 times by vehicles. It's in need of some repair. So I'd like to be able to get that taken care of. My hot water heater is original to the building, so 30 plus years old. It still works, but I'm figuring any day now. And I would like to go ahead and get that replaced before something bad happens with it. I've also looked into with facilities to potentially replace it with an on-demand because we really don't have a huge amount of hot water use in the office. It's really hand washing. So an on-demand heater would definitely help reduce our energy costs. Something else I did this year too was to make sure that we had programming in on all of our thermostats to actually run a program. When I started, I figured out that it was just locked at 72 degrees year round, like AC, whether or not we needed it 24/7. So after we shut the office down at night, it cycles up and goes back on in the morning, not running on the weekends. So I've seen our power bill come down a little bit. So those, just getting some of those things done would be very helpful just to kind of improve the general office flow. The last thing that I'd like to ask about, I had requested some additional funds for training and related travel, which the mayor did put most of that into the proposed budget. And thank you for that. The delinquent tax division is part of my office that money was not included for that division. Is $2,875. The delinquent tax division manages all of the collection of our back taxes. We have to follow Georgia law, and keeping up with Georgia law. It seems like every year, some years more than most, we have changes in how the taxes are calculated or fees are assessed, things like that. It's very helpful. It's necessary for them to get training. So the good thing with most of their training, the way it's provided through in the state of Georgia, a lot of our we have delinquent tax vendors who can come in and assist. And we do have a company that helps us with some of our collections on the tax sale side, again, at no cost to the county or my department. And they do provide trainings several times a year for free. Unlike, when I go to a training conference like I just did, there is a cost to just attend. Luckily for this one, I don't have any travel or anything with that, but with theirs, it's really just mostly travel because the trainings will be in Blue Ridge or Tifton, that sort of thing. So there's a night or two in a hotel and some mileage. But for those two folks in my office, especially keeping up with regular trends, what is current and new products and techniques and things like that for achieving a high collection rate without going to tax sale. That is our last and final resort. And so it's important to me that they get that training. So if we can figure out where to get just to get that back in there, I would be very appreciative. Lastly, I just want to point out some revenue streams that I think are available to cover most, if not all, of these requests. We generate a lot of non-tax revenue in my office. We get a 2.5% of the gross digest commission just from the school board collecting their taxes. That is state mandated, and also state mandated is that I pay that out to the county, and we do. That amount for fiscal year 25, just on the property tax side, was $3,447,113. For fiscal year 26, I've got the numbers through January 2026, but we've already been through the fiscal year, the 2025 tax season. That was $3.5 million. That amount is enough to cover the entirety of my department's budget and the tax assessor's budget and still have some money left over. So for us to assess and collect the property taxes, it does not cost the county anything. The school department pays that. I get, obviously, my budget funded. The rest of that goes to general fund use. I'm asking for a small slice back. Another potential funding source is one we talked to you about last year was we had moved some of our bank accounts over to First American. The interest that we earn over there is much better than what we're earning at Pinnacle Bank. For fiscal year 27, the bank earned interest line item that we pay into is budgeted for 25,000. We estimate we're gonna earn at least $100,000 just in interest that we paid into that. That's $75,000 difference. Again, more than enough to cover these three items. So that's all I have. I hope you'll consider these requests, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Yes, sir.
So the money that you collect back into Adjourn, not to your budget?
Correct. Yes, the non-tax revenue is all paid. Any interest penalties, that's dispersed to the county and the school board. Specifically those commissions that we get, one is that 2.5% of the gross digest from the school board. The other is a 1% commission on the title ad valorem tax, TAVT, that you pay when you title a vehicle in your name. We get a 1% back on that from the state. Through January of this year, that amount was $70,850. Full fiscal year 25 was $115,883. So those are two fees that the legislature had in mind of funding tax commissioner office operations. And so overall, we collected about roughly $257 million in fiscal year 25, and we do that for a cost of 2/3 of 1 cent per dollar collected. Feel like a pretty good return on getting that money and having it accounted for and dispersed. We try to be very efficient with the money that we are given. I did spend a little bit differently than my designated line items last year to put money towards things that I thought would make good improvements, like the tag office lobby, and those are paid off. And that's what I will continue to do with these other items if you choose to put those in the budget.
JP, are you asking us to allow you to use the 3.5?
No, I'm just asking for these three additional items that I had requested in my budget. One was a new initiative, the other two were over limit requests. I'm just asking for those to be funded.
Paying for with the 3.5 or no?
Well,
Maybe I was missing
it doesn't really matter where it comes from, but I mean, I figure the bank earned interest is a good spot because that is budgeted at 25,000.
Right.
We know we're gonna have at least 100,000 in interest unless interest rates go down to, we're getting 1.7% right now. Interest rates have to go very, very much lower for us to not clear that 25,000. So if the $25,000 figure is part of the overall amount of dollars that you all are looking at and figure out where to spend, the way I'm looking at it is there's at least 75,000 extra that we don't have in that pool right now, so.
Yeah.
Commissioner Wright?
I want to thank you for the online access. So I'm sorry I'm not visiting your lobby, but it is nice to do all my fleet, get the new tags from home. And then so like the $1 mail-in fee, is that also one of your, make that?
It is not, it's not part of that. It is a fee that we do not remit to the state. So we do end up keeping that, but out of that $1, 74 cents of that is the stamps.
Sending me back.
And that doesn't cover the staff time to actually process it and print it, paper for mailing, things like that.
So if it goes up, we understand, but I'm sorry I'm not visiting the new lobby seating, but I think that's important.
It's okay.
It's important for the age friendliness that we want to be and ADA and temperament.
Yes.
While rating.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I'm never mad if I want to be able to serve the taxpayers in whatever manner is best for them, whether that's online, through the mail, in person, through the kiosks. Not everybody has the ability to come and see us between 8 and 4:30 Monday to Friday.
Yeah.
So.
And so the kiosk that's in Oconee County, does Oconee County, can they do their tax?
Yeah, so the way it works is we join the kiosk network. And so that is the first part, and that's something that Tax Commissioner Tony Meadow had started the process of before she retired. I was able to finish getting that online last year. So then we joined the network, meaning anybody in Clarke County could use any kiosk in the state, whether it's, in here or in South Georgia, be driving somewhere, realize your birthday's tomorrow, find the Publix or Kroger that's got it and get your new tag while you're on your trip. Later in the year last year, I think it was September, we were able to get one installed at the Epsbridge Kroger. Trail Creek Kroger or the Space Kroger. And so again, anybody from the state can use our kiosk as well. And these are at no cost to our office either. There's a service fee and a credit card fee that's added to that, that's disclosed to the customer. So those are really self-funding. I was able to also, Madison County is already on the network, so now we've got people that also utilize that as they're going through. I've been working with, been talking to Elbert County and Oglethorpe County's tax commissioners about getting on the network for those, so that their folks can use it as well. The more transactions we get, the more likely that the company will say, hey, Eastside Kroger, that'd be a good spot to put it too. I have brought that up with them already, but once they built the new store, they said, well, we don't really have any traffic, numbers to go on. I'm like, well, it's going to be higher than the old one. So we're still working through that. So maybe towards the end of this year, we may be looking at getting a third kiosk that, right over there on the east side too.
Is that the kind of class, the tax commissioner class that was at the Classics this week? I mean, do they have a class on teaching how to get in that network?
No, but that, the vendors, there's 2 vendors now, that provide the service, 2 different brands of kiosks, if you will. And there, we have a whole vendor select down there. And so everybody has the opportunity to talk to these vendors and find out more about how to do that.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
JP, I have several questions about the repairs you asked, number 2.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm curious about the Central Services Department's role in these repairs, because it sounds like it's under their umbrella. What's the conversation? What's the ask?
Yes, you're correct. Normally, I think that would come under facilities, repairs and maintenance, kind of the general line item that they use for taking care of all of our buildings. I've been an employee of the county almost 13 years. For most of those years, I have watched that line item be chronically underfunded. We had some, slow digest growth years ago. It never really recovered back. We've been kicking the can down the road on maintenance on certain things for a long time. The courthouse is a good example, just because the funds aren't available. Andrew can attest to this. Those will ask for a large amount of money because that's what they need to take care of everything we're going to have coming up next year. We get a much smaller amount because of budgetary needs. And then we have a couple of roofs and an AC, and next thing you know, there's very little money to take care of those small things like painting and hot water heaters and things like that. So this is where I'm just asking for that one time, kind of just get these things knocked out. I know capital, not even in budget for fiscal year 28, and that may affect that program as well. I lived the same thing in leisure services when I was there, and I was helping with the capital budget. We would have a spreadsheet showing every single item on there, when we bought it, what the condition was, what the replacement cost was. So when we put a request in, we had full backup on it. Again, we can't always get everything we ask for, and so watch these things sort of decline more and more. So before we get really bad on a few things, I would like to try and get these things addressed.
Other one is about the sign outside that's been hit. Was there any liability insurance for that?
That was long before I came, so I don't know. I do know that there are bricks falling off of the planter. The sign itself is from 2014, 15, something like that. I know it was redone when the building was renamed for Mitch Schrader, but it's gotten faded. I don't think we're not using the maroon as our official color anymore. I'm not saying I'd get the sign replaced itself, but at least getting the planter kind of cleaned up, get the bricks back in that need to be put back in and repointed. We had the landscape management was fantastic with us earlier this year. I talked to them about just getting a few things cleaned up and spruced up and taking out a couple of dead things. And next thing I knew, our new landscape architect came over and she had plans and drawings, and we've been by and that things are finally coming up now. Like we've got some nice landscaping where it was just a bare area between our parking lot and the airport, where George Power had to clear everything out. And it looks nice when you pull in, and it just sets the tone, I think, when people come in as well. They were able to do it from funds that they had available, which is fantastic. I just want to kind of do that on the other corner, get that going. If I end up having the money to do it, I would also like to have the parking lot restriped. You can't really tell where to park anymore. Things like that. We see some crazy things on the cameras, just people either will park, you've got spaces going this way, and they'll just park this way. Or just drive right across multiple lanes of where people should be parking, because there's not really any visible way to see it, so.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
I have a question for Bob, too, about the striping and about the painting. For our painting crews just inmate labor? Or do we have contractors that we still use?
Yes, that's both. 2 budget cycles ago, or maybe last budget cycle, you all approved an action to actually create kind of a hybrid crew where it is paid participants from the diversion center paired with a single Athens-Clarke County full-time employee in facilities management. They take on as much interior work as they can. We still plan in our life cycle for exterior painting and multi-story work. So we don't really want to put our staff and inmates on 3-4 stories and think about big atriums. To what JP shared, their work has really been pulled into the courthouse. We heard good things about that, but that crew has actually taken on a good bit of the work around like renovating the restroom. So part of the discussion we've had is putting them back into more painting, but there's a lot of work in front of them.
Sure, yeah.
And I think that, as JP said, that as time goes on, as that deferred life cycle work is further deferred, the gap getting that done keeps growing across the entire organization. And probably, and it's not taking anything away from JP asking these questions, these requests here, probably if you took any of our departments and sit them in that chair, they would probably offer you somewhat the same, because the reality is that deferred maintenance, whether it be for painting or carpeting or whatever, is deferred, and it's deferred way past its life cycle associated with it. And so, yeah, what you're hearing is,
Just a quick comment. I appreciate all this, customer service, taxpayer friendly tax office. And so I think there is a argument to be made to have it present itself well. It's really clear that you've worked hard on trying to be efficient with the bank accounts, with the changing the temperature and so forth. So I'm really supportive there. And I have to give JP credit, because I called the TAG office with the issue. This was what really impressed me. I just called the number for public service, for customer service. Little did I expect that JP would be answering the phone. I'm just been really impressed as well. So thank you. And this is all a really good explanation of everything. I appreciate that.
You don't think your number was tagged like?
Actually,
It was, but he was right there.
the person who I know on maternity leave was one of the folks who usually mans phones, and if I'm out there and I'm the last one sort of in the ring cycle, but if we're busy, he was gonna answer the phone, so.
Yeah, he actually
I mean,
didn't know who I was, but he was.
Jumped on the counter a couple times, so I mean, it happens. But again, that's where this extra position really does help give some of that extra flexibility.
And of course, you go out there, all our pictures are out there, so. Anything else? Thanks, sir, I appreciate it.
Thank you all.
All right, that's a mission, already. How you doing?
Good, how are you all?
All right.
Good. Well, good afternoon. Thank you all for taking some time to speak with me. For those who may not know me, my name's Dion Machilli. I'm the district attorney for the Western Judicial Circuit, which covers here Athens-Clarke County as well as Oconee County. I will have some things that I'm asking for, but let me first start off by saying that I would like to thank you all, and I know everyone who uses our judicial facilities is very excited about the prospect of moving the new courthouse project
forward. Please don't take my absence at that earlier meeting to be an indication of lack of excitement. I was actually in Beaufort today for the District Attorneys Association for the state of Georgia's meeting. And when we conclude, I will go back to Beaufort, but I wanted to come down to be with y'all. And so we're very excited about that. I want to specifically thank Manager Cowell for his leadership and getting that rolling forward. I also want to speak in support of Judge Macon's request on behalf of the Magistrate Court. I know Mayor Girtz and I have had many conversations about trying to find ways in which we could possibly reduce our jail population. And, you know, obviously the idea of taking some pleas in Magistrate Court to cases that we know are going to resolve soon within a couple of weeks of that person's appearance in Magistrate Court, and going ahead and getting that done there may only be a small bit. But there's not going to be a magic bullet solution. So any place that we can find an opportunity to do that is both the best thing for the taxpayers of Athens-Clarke County, if not more importantly, it's the right thing to do for that individual who's facing those criminal charges as well. I think Judge Norris spoke to the length of trials that have increased. There are some very serious cases that have been pending for an extended period of time that have been brought to trial in the last year and will continue to be brought to trial. I think that's also an indicator of just the nature of the environment that we're in from a law enforcement investigation standpoint. You know, the more body camera footage that you have, the longer a trial is going to last, because there's no way quickly for a jury to review it. They sit and they watch the body cameras that are being played. And so with the increase in the amount of digital evidence that is collected in any given investigation, you're going to see a corresponding increase in the length of felony trials for that associated case. I also want to thank Sheriff Williams. I actually told him this when he was walking out. I said, hey, I'm going to say some nice things about you. I'll tell you now, so I'm not going to be in the room. But we had some cases that led to more challenging security situations that may occur on a day-to-day basis at the courthouse, and the sheriff's office did an exceptional job with that and making sure that individuals involved in those cases felt as safe as possible given those challenges. So I do want to thank him, as well as all the deputies at the Sheriff's Department, for their work in making that happen. And it certainly made our job as representatives of the state of Georgia in the courtroom easier, knowing that they had the safety pieces taken care of outside the courtroom. I made a request. First, let me thank the mayor for his support of our budget request in many ways. There were some items that we requested that were not recommended that I want to speak with y'all about. I had requested one additional attorney position as well as 2 investigators positions. For a little bit of context of that, if those 3 positions were granted, it would bring the DA's staffing level just back to the level that it was in FY24. For the last several years, we've been operating with a diminished staffing level compared to what historically had been given to the district attorney's office. It had to do with non-application for renewal of grant funding that occurred prior to my taking office on January 1st, 2025. I do understand and recognize that this county and this community has many very important priorities, and particularly in a tight budget year, no one's going to get everything they ask for. I would ask you to consider the 2 investigator positions, even if we are not given that attorney position. And a lot of that has to do with what we already spoke about and that Judge Norris spoke to as far as the length of trials, the volume of evidence that we're handling on cases that are coming in the door. Another factor there, I think, you know, I was fully in support. I don't know that I ever had an opportunity to speak to it, of increasing our additional juvenile court judge from a part-time position to a full-time position, but that does increase the tempo at which that court operates. And we want to make sure that we have the investigative resources to keep up with that tempo as well. And also the increase in volume of evidence in each individual case that comes through. And that would also allow us to build out an investigative structure that mirrors our victim advocacy structure, as far as we have 2 special victims unit victim advocates, and we only have one investigator who focuses on those kind of major cases at that point. So the two additional positions would allow there to be an investigator that's kind of assigned with each special victims unit advocate, as well as some of our more senior attorneys, in order to be able to provide the level of attention that's required in those cases, because they tend to be much larger as far as the quantity of evidence, as well as the number of witnesses involved, and can be more challenging as far as the needs of those victims and witnesses that we're working with in those particular situations. I'm very excited about where the office is as we stand. As of June 1st, we've got 3 people that will be starting between now and June 1st, 1 on Monday, and then 2 attorneys on June 1st as well. We only have 1 open attorney position, 1 open victim advocate position. And with the open victim advocate position, I think we've received at least 15 resumes. We're talking about taking down the job posting. So it's really just about getting enough time to interview the most qualified candidates and then move forward with the hiring process. The Office's success is really based on the team that we've been able to build out. And I'm excited about continuing to be part of that team and leading it to continue the DA's office in this community, the opportunity to serve it in the best way possible. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone may have.
Yes, Commissioner Thornton.
When you took office, there was $100,000 in there for counseling and support for victims and I guess perpetrators. And I know you were new and trying to shift money around. What is the difference between a victim's advocate and counseling that a lot of these families have trauma afterwards? What is the difference?
So, Commissioner Thornton, I know that we've spoken about this previously during a phone call. That money was actually already all reallocated to different purposes before I even took office. And so the first time that I heard that it had originally been put in the budget as for a specific purpose was when you told me of that. It had been reallocated into positions, if I'm remembering correctly, professional services and maybe contract individuals is where it appeared in the budget when I took over. Some of the difficulties with that, and I think we might have talked about this very briefly, but I don't recall in particular, is that our office cannot provide funds directly to a victim for counseling or anything along those lines. It creates an issue where before a jury or during trial, it may look as if we are trying to buy testimony of the victim by having given them money directly. The only way that the DA's office could really serve as some type of pass-through for that is if we partnered with a third-party nonprofit that offers counseling services and had some kind of MOU by which they would determine when a victim came in as to whether or not that person was authorized to have counseling services provided to them. Where that money has been used in our budget, because frankly, where it went to contract services and things along those lines, I don't know the degree to which we were using in that way. The previous district attorney, due to extreme shortage of staffing, had basically been using it to pay contract attorneys to come in and act as prosecutors, which I really have. Some people do it and that's fine. My personal view is that that's not appropriate and provides a type of profit incentive to a prosecutor that I don't think is right. People prosecuting crimes in the circuit should be employees of the district attorney's office if they're acting on behalf of the district attorney's office, or an employee of the attorney general's office if the attorney general's office is doing that. The only time that our office has sworn in a special assistant district attorney to prosecute a case was in the trial of Akil Crumpton in Oconee County. And that was because those were assistant United States attorneys who had already tried the federal case, knew the evidence, had developed a relationship with the victim's family, and were best situated to handle that prosecution, given their previous information and exposure to that case. But those individuals were not paid by our office at all. Our office handled the expenses such as travel and things along those lines associated with witnesses that needed to come in, but they weren't paid as contract labor. Those funds for us have been used for training opportunities for our people. I think one of the things that there was a real deficit in people's opportunity to grow professionally. And so we had funds for that, as well as other office costs and expenditures, just in operational terms. But that money had actually, circling back to your question, I know this is probably a longer answer, that money had already been reallocated into other different buckets before I took office.
Well, I guess my point is that post-traumatic stress comes from every place and everyone. And when we have victims that are victims, I guess when you say victim advocate, you're talking about the legal route. And what I'm talking about is more of a humane route. How do we help people, or do we? I mean, that might not even be on your thought list, to help people deal with a traumatic experience, or is that somebody else's job?
So what I would say is it's certainly on my thought list. I think to the extent that we can help people deal with their trauma healthy and pro-social ways, it will have a corresponding reduction in crime in general. And it will lead to a healthier community with more community members who are able to fully contribute with all their talents and resources once they've addressed their trauma. I don't know that the district attorney's is the appropriate conduit for that general community service. I'm certainly supportive of any resources that can be given to, whether it be victims of crime-induced trauma or victims of trauma just from various life experiences. I just don't know that housing all of those things in the DA's office is the best way of going forward. I've been very careful not to try to use the district attorney's office as some place that I can promise everyone the solution to all of the problems that our community faces, because I don't know that we're the best situated office to do that. And I know that that can be popular at times to say, I will get an office and I will fix all these things. But I think it's more important to be realistic with people, especially when you're talking about individuals who are dealing with significant trauma, holding out false hope to them for the purpose of making it seem like we're going to be able to do things that we're not well situated to do, I don't think is the right thing to do.
Well, I will be, I definitely want to be transparent. This situation was prior to you being the DA. So to be real clear, it's nothing that has come up or has got my attention since you're being the DA, but it was very dramatic.
Yes, ma'am.
At that time. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your question.
Commissioner Myers?
So you have 3 positions here. You said that you're requesting 2 investigators, 1 assistant DA, and 1 upgrade to a chief assistant. That's, whatever there. But you said your priority is 2 investigators. I feel like that was maybe a priority last year too.
It was, and we got 2 investigators starting at the midpoint last year. We filled both of those positions.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So, but you're saying that the 2 last year didn't catch you up to the pre-trial, the previous, return to the FY24 levels, right?
That's correct.
So were those F24 levels, were they there like for several years? Do we know what the history of those
My understanding is they were there for several years. So in FY '24, I believe the number of authorized positions, and I apologize, FY '24 isn't on my notes right here, but I believe the number of authorized positions in FY '24 was 30. And then in FY '25, it went down to 23.
Okay.
And so FY '25 would have been halfway through FY '25 would have been when I took over at the DA's office.
And you're also saying that because of the nature of evidence with video, body cam, there's more time involved with reviewing some of this material that's tied with the investigators, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then one thing is, I mean, it looks like I'm looking at the case numbers here, and the case, it's very good. I'm really glad to see this number of cases closed at 3,685, where the previous year had been 2,040. Is the backlog all taken care of now? And we're all just where are we on that? We're just, and how long is it taking do you have an average length of time till are we getting better at addressing cases sooner because we're not as backed up?
We're definitely getting better. The case backlog is not gone. But so when we came into office, January 2025, we had cases going back to calendar year 2022 that are felony cases that hadn't even been formally charged or dismissed. It's not that every case needs to be charged.
Right.
Some cases need to be dismissed, some need to be reduced to misdemeanors. I mean, the ones from 2022, the statute of limitations for misdemeanor had already run at that point, so no reduction would be possible. But those cases hadn't been dealt with. At this point, outside of a couple of stragglers that just have weird circumstances surrounding them, we're through all the 2022 and 2023 cases. And my goal is by the end of this year that, again, outside of whatever a handful of exceptions from each year that just have unusual circumstances, to have made a charging decision on any case that predated our entry into office. But we have also been focusing on, I call it eating the elephant from both ends. I mean, what you don't want to do is try to get caught up on these old cases, then all of the new cases coming in the door aren't getting charged. So we have some folks who just look at old cases. That is what they are doing. And then the courtroom attorneys who are assigned to each superior court judge. We work kind of in trial teams in front of each superior court judge. And so the individuals assigned to those teams are responsible for the new cases that are coming in the door on an active basis. So we're not letting new stuff just get old by charging old stuff.
Right.
I've got FY '24 in front of me, and 30 was number of authorized positions for '24 as well as '23 and '22.
Okay. So yes, and then, but that's just getting them charged. They'll have to also go through the court process once they are charged, and that can typically take a year or so.
So the charges, you're caught up with what year now?
So we're through calendar year 2023 and working through calendar year 2024.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the.
Yes, Commissioner Thornton.
I'm looking at page C-33, and I don't know if this was the Kelly, I'm sorry, Mayor, under FY 27, Mayor's recommendation, there's an asterisk right behind that amount. You see what is that asterisk? Never mind, I get that. All right, so then my next question now becomes that was my ink pen. Let's go down to appropriations by fund, and I noticed that there's funding in 2025, grant funding, but there's nothing else after 2025. as far as claim
Tim and
There's a grant in 2025, those are grant expenses.
expenses.
We don't put in the original budget any grant funding. Those are granted every year. You'll see them come to you as agenda items.
And that's what I was
And it gets
wondering.
appropriated, but it doesn't show up there as part of the original budget.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you, sir.
Thank you all very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Mr. Solicitor, come on down. We're plugging through.
Good afternoon. Hello.
We're here.
We're here. I think I know everyone in this room, but I'm Will Fleener. I'm the Solicitor General here in Clarke County. I appreciate you letting me come here today. I was unable to be here last year, and although I'm not asking for anything in addition to my normal budget from the previous year, it did seem rude not to come 2 years in a row. So I did also want to thank this body because this body previously agreed to expand the digital discovery program for my office and for the district attorney's office. And that has dramatically increased our ability to obtain the evidence quickly from our police department. Those two programs speak directly to each other, and we're also able to obtain evidence much more quickly from other law enforcement agencies as well as from third parties, from stores like Walmart that can now send the video directly to us instead of us having to send an investigator to physically go to the store, pick up a DVD with the video, come back, download the DVD. It all happens electronically seamlessly now. And what that does is it allows us to provide the evidence to the defendant, to their attorney very quickly in the process, within days of the case being opened. And what that does is it leads to the cases being resolved much more quickly. We're able to resolve them usually at an earlier court appearance, so we reduce the number of court appearances, which reduces the number of people coming into our building, reduces the time it takes to resolve these cases. So it really has had a knock-on effect all the way through. So it's been extremely helpful. I mean, obviously, that doesn't mean that it's any easier to watch the videos or they go by any faster when you try and review the videos. I think that's what the district attorney was addressing in terms of his investigators, but it certainly made the process a lot easier for us. With respect to my budget this year, the only thing really that stands out as even slightly peculiar is the very first line at the top, compensation regular. I did not crack the code and figure out how to change these numbers at the top, but there is if you can see in the mayor's budget, there's an additional $20,000. What that reflects is a request from me during my budget meeting with the mayor and the manager. I brought up the fact that we had some meetings with the director of human resources and with the county manager about creating a career track for the investigators in the two offices. The investigators in our offices are post-certified. Law enforcement officers, they carry firearms, they have arrest powers, but they don't fit under any of the other public safety programs like the sheriff's office or the police department. They're paid in those same groups, but they really had no career ladder. You're either an investigator, you're a chief investigator. The DA's office had a couple of senior investigators, but you could be there for a very long time as an investigator, and unless a position becomes available, you'll never be promoted. You have no opportunity to be promoted. And so what we suggested was these people have the same qualifications as the senior investigators. The senior investigators are really not supervisors. The chief, the senior investigators, the investigators all have a caseload, just like, the chief investigator has a caseload just like any of the other investigators. They're just more senior. And certainly they can make, more serious decisions on cases and what needs to be done, but they're all taking direction from attorneys. They all have very similar jobs. What we suggested was creating a career track for those investigators so that we could keep people who we had trained for years instead of letting them move on to other prosecution offices where they could be attracted as a senior investigator or chief investigator. And so that is what that reflects is working in the idea that investigators in both offices, once they reach the appropriate qualification, promoted to a senior investigator, once they have enough actual investigative experience, they could be eligible to be promoted the way that the attorneys are. The attorneys, once they obtain a certain amount of experience, are basically automatically eligible to be promoted. You don't have to wait for another attorney to leave. So that's really the only difference between the budget that I requested last year and the budget I'm requesting this year, and really the mayor and the manager met about that with me. They discussed it separately with Human Resources, and I believe that's what that number reflects. The one last thing I want to say, and district attorney has already left, but he and I also met with Chris Caldwell about 5% funds. And I know Commissioner Thornton, you were asking about how do we provide counseling services to victims who've experienced trauma? I think the answer to that question is really with 5% funds. So 5% of the fines that we collect throughout the entire court system are set aside into a fund. And that money can be provided to agencies that are qualified as 5% agencies through CJCC. And those agencies, if they can display that they're going to be utilizing those funds to provide services, direct services to victims, they can receive those funds. Now, there are very strict rules about how those monies are used, and there is accounting for those monies that those agencies have to comply with through CJCC, but they come to this body and request those funds. And there are multiple agencies, including Project Safe, Family Counseling Services, the Cottage, who are eligible to receive those funds. It's my understanding that the only one that requests the funds is Project Safe. But I could see certainly where either the Cottage or Family Counseling Services or Project Safe expanded a program where they, say if someone comes in and indicates that they've been a victim of a crime, they could qualify for counseling through them, and the counseling could be paid through 5% funds. But that would require those agencies to reach out to this body with a plan for how those funds would be spent and to request those funds specifically. Now, the reason that we have those 5% funds and not being allocated to my office and the DA's office is during COVID, we almost completely stopped collecting fine money. And there was a time where my office, the DA's office, and Project Safe sort of equally split those funds because we do qualify for 5% funds, and they were paying for our victim advocate positions. But during COVID, it became sort of a farce because the general fund was just paying it all anyway. And the 5% funds couldn't cover the positions in our office. So we just stopped pretending that it was covering the positions. But then after COVID, the 5% funds began to increase again. And there's now actually a surplus of 5% funds. And I believe Chris Caldwell's already left, but I think it's somewhere close to $50,000 at this point. So that money could be, if an agency came along, it can't be, as district attorney pointed out, we can't provide that type of service. I can't hire a counselor, have them in my office, but those agencies could. And they're here in the community, they're certified. You can go on the CJCC website and see a list of agencies that are certified, but I know those three are. And as far as I know, Project Safe is the only one that requesting those funds. So it would take one of those other agencies or some other agency that currently isn't certified to become certified to request those funds. They could provide those direct services.
Are they aware though that they can come to us? I mean,
What was the third one? We have Cottage, Project Safe, and
Family Counseling Services, which is on Oglethorpe, that's a nonprofit.
Yeah.
They're also 5% certified through the CJCC.
well, I guess where I'm going with this, we need to maybe get that word out and also to the people in our community with those types of. You got your hands up.
I do want to point out the $50,000 is probably correct. That's an accumulated balance, not an annual balance.
I understand that piece.
Yeah, so we stopped taking money to the DA's office and solicitor's office when it became clear that there really wasn't any money there to take. And the general fund was paying our victim advocate positions anyway. But then as that money has begun to accumulate again, it's begun to build. We did, the district attorney and I met with Chris Caldwell. We talked about the possibility of taking that money again and having it pay our positions. It wouldn't pay the full salaries for either of the two positions. The general fund would still cover the difference. And frankly, it just seemed like that money could be better spent if there was an agency that would step forward and find a reason to use it, as opposed to us taking some part of it just to cover some expense that is already covered in our budget.
Yeah, that's sort of where I was going though. These agencies that are qualified to do that, maybe that needs some type of outreach to them and say, hey, these things are available, we have victims all the time in our community that may not get the help that they need.
The director, I know the executive director of Family Counseling Services is aware that the money is there. It is difficult to put together that sort of proposal, but I do think they're an agency, the cottage would be the other obvious choice, and then of course, Project Safe. Project Safe does actually receive 5% funds. None of this obviously has anything to do with my budget. I'm just bringing it up because it was a question that was asked, I was listening, and it is, again, I think District Attorney is correct in saying that we can't provide that type of direct service, but there are agencies that can. And it's not going to be $50,000 every year. It has accumulated over the last few years and it's not being allocated. And it does need to be allocated. It can't just build up and sit there.
Understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Well, I just clarifying this with Will here on the CJCC certified agencies. Are you positive the cottage is in there? I just did a search in here and it says Project Safe Family Counseling and ACC SANE, which is certified to provide forensic medical examinations. This might be all wrong.
There are two different lists, and I had the director of my victim witness program provide. I don't have it in front of me right now because that was from another meeting. I might have it in here somewhere. But I'm fairly confident when we went through it, we saw that the cottage was on there, but I don't have that.
Okay, not that.
I mean, just the information is helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't reach out to the cottage. We don't, it's really more the district attorney's office that works with the cottage. We do occasionally have cases where we work with the cottage, but we don't have as much of a relationship with them as we do with Project Safe.
Anybody else?
All right, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Well.
Is that okay?
That's okay. Keep late for an appointment.
Work now?
We're gonna figure it out. All right. I'll go ahead and talk for Preston
We have
County.
Juvenile Court coming now.
Hello, I'm Amanda Trimble, but I go by Mandy. And I'm the presiding juvenile court judge. This is gonna be easy because I didn't ask for anything and y'all didn't give me anything, so it works out. So why am I here wasting your time? After we received the recommended budget, we learned that the General Assembly increased the hourly rate that the attorneys for DFACs, who represent DFACs in my court, can make. So the increase was to be from $77 per hour, and these are state funds again, to $82 per hour. That matters for us because the county pays the attorneys who represent the parents in court and also the juveniles and the guardians ad litem. We struggled several years ago at not having parity between the attorneys for DFACs paid by the state and then the amount that we were paying at the county level. And then y'all corrected that and everybody was making $77 an hour and everybody was happy. So if the state increases those SAG attorney, the special assistant attorney general positions to 82, then we'll be asking for an increase in our hourly rate to 82. And that's what I was prepared to do today. And then I got word yesterday that the governor has quashed that raise for the, so I don't know that that's true, but I can't in good faith say that that raise is absolutely going to happen at the state level. So what I'd rather say is when it does, we'll be seeking contingency funding or something to that effect so that we can have parity with the attorneys. Our local attorneys are not going to continue representing parties in our court if they're making less per hour than the attorneys for DFACs. So if there are any questions about that, I'll be happy to answer it, but I just don't know right now that that's actually going to happen when it seemed certain a few weeks ago.
Just for commissioners kind of to think about the corollary of our budget process here versus that of the state. The state does this significant mid-year adjustment that, sometimes in Atlanta, they call it the little budget. And so what the governor suggested is this approximately $300 million of reductions that he vetoed may be able to be revisited in January, February of 27. So anyhow, there's a big question mark for all of us.
It could still happen.
The only other thing that may impact our parent attorney and child attorney expenses is if you've had an opportunity to see what's happening in the child welfare system at the state level, there have been drastic budget shortfalls and decreases in services. Representative Beth Ant is chairing a committee to look into our child welfare system. The delays in service provision from the state level is causing pretty significant delays and extensions of time in our court processes as well. So we're having a lot of continuances because children and parents haven't received services that should be provided by the state. And those continuances and repeat hearings may cause us to have some additional expenses on the parent and child attorney side. But really, those are just forward-looking things. And when I have more data, I'll certainly let you know. Thank you. Is there any questions?
About the foster care thing, that didn't go anywhere yet, I'm assuming.
Well, it's ongoing, and if you mean the potential for that to kind of have some expense. Yeah, and so I highly recommend still that the county governments throughout the state stay in touch with ACCG and really, you know, have a strong voice in making sure that the counties advocate for not having services that should be provided by the states, have those expenses transferred to the local governments. There is still a contingent at the state level that wants to do that. And I don't know what kind of traction that will have. I know that the statutory authority they were using, I think they were misinterpreting what they could do. But if I were in charge of state government, and I am so glad I'm not, thank you. I would really want to have a strong voice to make sure that doesn't get kind of unfairly foisted on the counties. Yeah.
Anything else?
Thanks for the heads up.
Of course. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
That was good.
It's good. Anytime I could not ask for something, I'll be glad to.
We're good.
All the happy people can line up. And
Yeah.
as much
They're
time
at the end.
Probate in the house.
Probate in the house. How are y'all doing? You'll be happy to know that we also are not going to take a lot of your time. I'm Judge Susan Schaefer, Associate Judge Susan Huff. We appreciate your time today. Mostly, I just want to update y'all about some exciting things happening in probate court. And I really want to just deeply express my gratitude and appreciation to y'all for your support. You might recall that last year you approved my associate judge, and I couldn't do without her. It's been just a tremendous help for us. So I greatly appreciate that. I'm grateful for her every day. In recognition of our continuing great need, the mayor's recommended budget includes, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, but includes funding for a full-time fiduciary compliance officer, a budget for service of legal process and publications, specifically to address our fiduciary compliance, a 4% increase for our contract staff attorney. He's worked with us for over 3 years. He has never gotten any kind of increase. He's gained such an incredible expertise, specialized expertise in our office. And there's been, county employees getting pay equity increases, market increases. And so we're just trying to get him caught up a little bit. And then a small but very important amount for operating budget expense increases for things like internal support, office supplies and equipment. We haven't had any increase in those since fiscal year 20 or before that, I think. So we've had additional expenses and needs, but we've never had those line items increase. So I'm here today just to let you know how vitally important these positions and expenses are for us to effectively run our office and just how big a difference it makes for the community.
when we got the associate judge in last year's budget, which I said is so beyond huge for us, it still is only the tip of the iceberg for our needs. We still have a critical staff shortage. We have an increasing caseload. This is going to improve our ability to timely address fiduciary filings in a much more meaningful way and to address our administrative needs. Despite being understaffed and having these needs, our staff has worked so very, very hard to manage all the statutorily required mandates that we're required by law to manage. We've made significant improvements over the 5+ years that I've been in office. And I want to tell you about some of those improvements, and I want to tell you about where we're going, and then we'll leave. But those improvements include, we're finalizing maybe one of these days, the implementation of our case management system that we've been working on getting for 11 years. That system is helping us to more efficiently process and record our cases. It's helping improve how we report those cases to the state. Those are required every year. It's helped us to make a comprehensive list of fiduciaries who owe a duty to incapacitated adults and decedents' estates. It's helping us to develop a more effective procedure to hold non-compliant fiduciaries accountable. And it's going to help us move towards mandatory e-filing, which is the governor just signed a bill into law, and it's going to take effect for all probate courts by January 1st of 2029. This new system, they've already been developing the e-filing system for us. We just haven't turned it on yet. We were waiting to see exactly what the law was going to require us to do. But once we get the other parts of the system finalized, we're going to be able to move toward e-filing. That's really huge for us. We're continuing to make improvements on our office procedures. We're handling cases more expeditiously. We're communicating more clearly with filers and just more effectively being able to respond to the people in our community. So in addition to all of those wonderful things, these items in the budget are going to go a long way to just continue to help us improve how we manage and run probate court. And it's going to help us implement our updated goals and vision. We've been working really hard to move probate court into a very thoughtful and meaningful way. So we're in the final stages of hiring a clerk of court to replace a retired staff member. That chief clerk is going to be able to focus on administrative processes involved in the clerk side of what we do. We don't have our own clerk's office like state superior court. So we're taking in the cases, we're taking in the filing fees, we're processing the paperwork side of that before we get to the case handling side of that. So the clerk of court's going to be able to handle a lot of that clerk part of it for us, that administrative part. They're going to provide added legal knowledge and expertise to support our court functions. They're going to help manage our court record keeping and reporting. They're going to address our needs for supervision and coordination of the clerks and our financial administration. And then you're thrilled because it's going to free up our time to then be able to spend more time on the actual case handling part of the job, which we need to do and we do, but we'll be able to do it even more efficiently and hopefully faster and in a more productive way. And our caseloads are ever increasing because our population is increasing and our members are aging and they're living longer, which means we're going to be seeing more incapacitated adult cases as well as eventually more decedents estate cases. So we have to be able to process all of those. Nobody else has jurisdiction or authority to handle those things. So, but then let me talk a little more about the vision and our goals. our new fiduciary compliance officer is just gonna be huge for us. It's gonna help us to address all of our statutorily mandated duties, to audit those fiduciary returns and to address accountability in a timely and effective manner. And you'll be happy to hear, this is sort of a new thing we've been working on. But I've heard several people mention trying to keep people out of the jails and trying to address the mental health problems in our community. And we're working with Advanced Behavioral Health Services and other members of the courts and law enforcement, particularly the sheriff's office, to develop what's a civil accountability court model for involuntary commitment proceedings. We do, involuntary inpatient, outpatient treatment orders, but what we're trying to develop, what's going to happen is we're trying to develop a system that is called assisted outpatient treatment. Now, we've always been able to do outpatient treatment orders, but what makes assisted outpatient treatment different is that it's similar to the criminal accountability court models where the court gets more involved and has regular check-ins with the persons who have been committed. So there's that black robe effect, and I can then get involved and provide positive and constructive feedback, and we can work toward keeping that person really motivated and accountable to work through their individualized service plan to address their serious mental illness
And order
needs
compliance.
and be able to order compliance if they don't comply. So, like I said, we're really, it's going to be focusing on members of the community with serious mental illness. Those folks frequently are seen in our hospitals and our emergency rooms, and they're frequently seen in our jails and spend way too much time maybe sitting in the jail while they may be waiting on competency evaluations or other things, and which means then the sheriff's office has to, we're paying fees for them to stay in the jail. They're trying to provide them with some form of medication or treatment, but they're not really getting the treatment that they need. And so this may be a way for us to address those members of our community that are in crisis and hopefully make a difference towards some of those numbers. Advantage just applied for a big grant for that. It's a SAMHSA grant. And so if we are able to get it, SAMHSA, it's Substance Abuse Mental Health Services Administration or agency, and if we're able to get the grant, it's $500,000 for up to 5 years, each year, up to 5 years. So we're praying we get it. If we don't get it, we've done a lot of footwork toward working on that, and we can apply for other grants. And I'm ready to do them. The bigger issue is just that Advantage has to have funding so that they can manage the caseload and, pay their attorneys and pay their evaluators and, support their ACT teams and their treatment providers and housing, whatever, all the things that a person might need to work through their individualized plan. So that's a really exciting program that we're very excited about it. We're ready to do it. Hopefully we can get that grant, but we're going to be working toward that regardless. So just wanted to kind of give y'all a heads up about that, let you know what we're doing. And like I said, all of these, the position and the extra expenses are helping us tremendously to just run our office the way we need to, and to do it in a way that is going to be the best for the community and folks in crisis who need our help at these difficult times in their lives. So we just want to come again and just say thank you. We appreciate you. We appreciate your support. please come to probate court and visit us if you want. We're here all the time. If you've got questions today, I'm happy to answer them. I'm happy to answer them later if you think of something. We just want to be able to do our jobs. We're ready to get back to work. We just need to be able to do our jobs as efficiently and effectively as possible. So,
questions?
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you for your time.
How was your husband?
He's doing good.
Well, you
Thank
tell
you for
him I
asking.
said hello.
I will tell him.
Tell him I didn't say hello.
I'll tell him.
I said not.
Sign language.
I didn't say hello. Thanks, y'all. Appreciate it.
Feel like right after that. I'm good enough.
Thank you for your
Absolutely.
self.
I'm plugging over here. Which is.
You're right. All right, we got a discussion.
Yes. Thank you. John Donnelly, Circuit Public Defender of the Western Circuit Public Defender's Office. Thanks for adding me on here. I'm not really a elected or constitutional officer, although, let's see, we are constitutionally required. Last I checked, it's still here, and I don't have the Georgia Constitution on me, but we're also required by the Georgia Constitution and state law that they foist this responsibility onto the local government. So thank you for your support and letting us fulfill our constitutional obligation, representing lower income people of the community who are looking at criminal cases in all the various courts that you just heard from. All the cases that they're talking about, most of those, our lawyers are involved in. And our goal is to represent everyone as if they had hired, someone of their choosing, and try to get them an outcome that they would be able to expect from someone that they hired. So we are the recommended budget from the mayor's office matches our request. So I'm not trying to waste your time. If everyone is supportive of that, then.
No. Go on, you can. Go on, you can.
I guess I want to make myself available. I want you to think of us as, I think from your point of view, it's a good idea to think of us as part of this public safety, really a behemoth. I mean, I'm sitting here listening to this. I came, not because I didn't have any work to do in my office, because I wanted to hear the context with the other court personnel, officials, describing their offices and their needs. And it is massive, and the police weren't even here today. So that's really the biggest piece. But so I think it's great if y'all would think of us as part of that, because you can't prosecute and send low-income residents of the community to prison unless you make sure that they have adequate representation first. So it's part of the deal. I don't think of it that way. I have a little bit more adversarial view with those other folks, but we get along great. And but I think that's probably a good way for y'all to think of it. Also, we are sort of a quality control on what goes on in the building. And, so that's another maybe good way to think of it. The increases that we're asking for are really just to keep up with the salaries in the prosecutor's offices. And again, this happens to me every year. I'm not as aggressive enough because I get to this point, I write this up in December, and then I get to this point, I'm like, I've made comparisons, like, wow, our experienced lawyers are like more than 10% behind the salaries in the prosecutor's offices.
So anyway, it's a moving target. We're trying to keep within striking distance to keep people, working in the office, people that are, and we have a lot of lawyers who do a great job. Some of them got stolen by the courthouse and took Jessica Benjamin and to the Magistrate Court and Latasha Prempe to the Juvenile Court. And thanks for not taking the other one in municipal court, but, and what else? And then we also probably have some rent increase from our landlord. We have this terrible landlord.
We might get you in a better place then.
No, don't, we're very happy. And, we're only asking for like 1,000 square feet in the new, this possible potential new palace to justice or.
So I have two questions. Should be the new name. You brought up the judicial unit. And I didn't ask it earlier. Is that all of your offices?
No,
that's just a little part.
We have
Courthouse,
8,000,
right?
we have like approximately 8,000 square feet in 440 College Avenue. And so this would just be to supplement that, to have a presence in the
Okay,
building.
that's what I.
So we could meet people that are, so a lot of times. Yeah, so but we're dwarfed by, I think it's like 23,000 square feet for the prosecutor's offices. So
Right.
that really only puts us at like 9,000 square feet. Their total request, I think, is like 4.8 million. Ours is just over half of that. And so we have to deal with both the solicitor's office and the DA's office, as well. DFACS lawyers, because we do handle DFACS cases only in Oconee County now. We don't do them in Clarke County.
I'm going to ask you, the increase in the average daily inmate population over the last couple of years, has that affected you all?
Yes, we have
Yeah.
well, I mean, in a simple, concrete way, I couldn't tell you. But yes, we have a paralegal who has an office in the jail. The sheriff has given us our small office. And so she's there Monday through Friday, and her job is to see new arrestees or new incarcerated folks and see if they need us to win their case or if their family's going to hire someone for them or what. And so this makes it a lot tougher for us to keep up with. And it makes people who are not going to be able to post bond anytime soon on a felony case, we file for a preliminary hearing in Magistrate Court. And those, we've seen those get significantly pushed back. So, where it used to take a couple weeks, now it's taking like a couple months to get in for preliminary hearing. And then the other thing is, it is there is a time cost for the lawyers who see their clients who are in Clarke County Jail and waiting to see someone. You might have 3 people to see, and you might wait 45 minutes before you can even see the first one. Then you might wait 20 or 30 minutes, next one, and et cetera, because of the understaffing out there. And that it requires jail employees to move, people from where they're being housed up to the visitation area with their lawyer and move them back. And they're stuck in a locked room on their side, and we're on the other side of glass where we can talk to them and slide paper through where they can sign. And so the other day, one of the lawyers came back and told me that the person they just talked to, they can't leave to go back to their unit. They have to wait for a deputy to come unlock the door and escort them. And that it took so long, this person had a really embarrassing accident in that room. So it's the understaffing of the jail and the increase in population. It's like kind of ripple effects.
I don't have a question, but I would like to thank you for your office's work because out of my district and personally as well, your office have been able to, represent some of my mentees, as well as some of my constituents. And without the public defender's office, I don't know what they would have done. Being able to, speak to some of the attorneys at your office. I know that they love what they do. They do it because they love being able to help and serve people who are less fortunate. And so I was telling Miss Ovita, I said, every time I see him, he looks like he's so tired. But I know that that's because of all of the work that and it's not shade, I promise you. I really commend you. I've been going to court with some of the young men in my district, and so.
Well, thank you for.
Yeah, honey, I'll be able to come with them. But I thank you as well.
Well, I really, wake up every day excited to try to get people out of jail and ease the burden on the sheriff and I know everyone in the office, most of them feel the same way. And if I look tired, it's just because I'm getting old. And in the office for more than 32 years now, in this same office doing this work. And so, yeah, I really do like it. And I would also point out that I have before, that we probably pay for ourselves in a way that when I was coming up with the budget in December, and I didn't do any kind of deep dive into the data, but I just tried to jot down in the last calendar year, 2025, successful jury trials that we'd had. And I could come up with 7 felony trials and I tried to just sort of estimate the number of years that we basically saved in prison. And it would be between $2.5 and $5 million worth of cost of incarceration. Now that would be state money because that would be from the Department of Corrections. But still, I think we're prosecutors, we need them, God bless them, but they need some checking sometimes, and I mean this defense lawyers are required on the other side for a reason, and when they go too far or reach for too much, there needs to be someone to advocate for if someone's got a defense or if someone has just mitigating circumstances that need to bring the temperature down on the punishment. That is just vital, I think, as we all understand. And so, yeah, so I'm not asking for any new positions or anything like that. I would love to ask for new investigator positions. So, the prosecutors' offices have the sheriff's office and the police department kind of working in tandem with them, but then they get these investigators on top of it. Like, how many people do we have to deal with there on the other side? But whatever, we aren't complaining. We do it better. So, any other questions?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Just want to remind everyone, we'll meet next Wednesday, or Tuesday, and we'll get out at City Hall.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes.
At 6.
Wednesday, City Hall 6.
Yeah.
With a long agenda.
Theoretically, there's time for it.
Don't say that. Oh, yeah, it's next.
30 something.
We gotta go.
We ain't coming.